I wait for somebody to tell me, to be like, "Hey, welcome back." Like to see what the delay is. Like how big is? Oh, okay. Our strength is excellent. We have 0 views. That means I must be on the internet. Hey, look, stream live. Hey. Yep. Someone just said Susan, so we're definitely here. I got yelled at because last week I'm gonna wait until at least the concurrent viewers thing pops up, because we want to see how many people Susan spins for. Because I'm gonna have to move Susan over to the side because I'm gonna need the room. So we're gonna wait for YouTube to catch up. Good evening, everyone. Oh, there's a name. Okay, so there's a gray name in the chat. I know that name. I know that name. Is this live? Could this be live on the internet? Yeah, we are live. This is alive. All caps live. The delay between so that's the 2 screens. There's that screen and there's that screen. The delay between that and that is gotta be. It has to be a minute. There's a minute delay. So I never know what's actually happening. I'm gonna spin the spin. Susan's gonna spin because we're gonna move Susan out of the way. I don't know how long this is gonna take. It's in the title of what we're doing today. So we're gonna spin and we're gonna welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Canyon. Susan in her semi-Gulf livery is particularly spicy today. So we're gonna move her out of the way because for those who get here late, they're gonna be behind. So they're gonna be behind. This was the threatened topic of the day. It's what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do is a combination of 2 things. We're either gonna see how far we get, or see how long we can withstand, and we will try to do as much sawback as we can. And we didn't even, yeah, I mean, you just saw me cut the plastics, so. This is an unboxing, because everybody loves an unboxing. Ooh, there's definitely chassis rails in there. Look at that. It's chrome. In the future, everything is chrome. Bunch more chrome pieces. Oh, yeah, you don't see these in a lot of kits. Gigantic zip ties. We'll find out together, unless you have previous sawback experience, in which case you know exactly what's happening. Oh, I see the gentleman from Spain is in there. He's a hair late. What is that? Sawback Sports on the GS01 chassis. We've already got a couple upgrade parts that were sent in by the owner. Sliders, an inner wrap, some foxy looking diff covers. I'm going to throw some foxy looking diff covers on there. And those are of the size that we will see these on the Lord. In the coming days, we will test these on Lord Pentabee, first of his name. Quality, only the top quality foams. These have probably been in here for a little while. They're fine. They're fine. Does anybody remember when you used to get foams that were just laid down like that, and then they trusted you to roll them into a circle? One big center rib in the 1902s. It's an unofficial official goal of mine to test all of the Gmade 1900, and like we've gotten the 04s and the 03s. I didn't know that there was an 02 or an 01. Wait, we've done the 4s and the 5s. I need to do the 3s. We have the 2s, and we got to order. I guess I'm going to have to order some of the 1s off of A-Main. I've seen the 1901s. And they're routinely in stock, which leads me to believe they must be amazing. Oh, those are the shocks. Gearbox. Leafs. We got all the things. And respect where respect is due. That's a box. That's like 4-ply cardboard. That's a good box. That's a good box to throw your trash in. That's the kind of box that I want to hoard and not throw away. It's a Yeep. I feel like, the body specifically is giving off a real new old stock vibe. I'm getting a real NOS vibe. Oh, they went the other way. More often than not, when you get the non-licensed Jeep, because 7 bars is Jeep, and if you make 7 bars, you go ahead, girl. You do not need to test the 1903. Okay, so the 1903 is that good then. Ordinarily, if you do a 7-bar grill, you will receive a cease and desist from Chrysler, Daimler, Stellantis, whoever is in charge of sending out those cease and desists. So most places go to a 6-bar grill. Gmade in this has gone to an 8-bar grill. So the Spider has a 6-bar. This is an 8-bar. That's how we differentiate that. It's a Jeep, but it's not a Jeep. Same pattern cluster. Yeah, I'm going to have to try 1901s, but apparently not 1903s. If I need to buy a new shock for a TRX4, is it better to get a full set of Desert Lizards, or are they just above the cost of a pair of GTS? Yeah. If you were just going to buy a pair of GTS, I would say buy a whole set of Desert Lizards. What did you do to a shock, Mr. Leeson, that you have to buy one shock? How did you kill one shock so sufficiently that it needs to be replaced? Because you can buy all of the parts pretty much independently and just replace whatever you broke. Or it disappeared. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. We'll all find out together. So I'm hoping, above all things, that perhaps the gearbox won't be overwhelmingly complicated, nor will be the axles. And the shocks should be pretty simplistic. I feel that they're probably oil-filled. I saw O-rings. But I'm very intrigued by the shocks. I believe someone said, when I announced this last week that we would be doing this, someone said, I wonder if they've made any changes because the sawback has been the same for like a decade. Bent it, stripped it, and then ordered a rebuild kit and promptly lost it. That's okay. That's good. Sounds good. But yeah, if in your locale the price of a full set of Desert Lizards is the same as a pair of GTS, I consider them to be existing roughly in parity. So there's no way I would buy a pair to just against a full set. There's a lot more tunability and adjustability and tinkerability inherent to the wheel hexes are kind of wild. There's a lot more stuff you can do with Desert Lizards. I am not a hater of Desert Lizards at all. So, hey, Las Vegas is here. Someone in my time zone. So someone is just hanging out at noon on a Friday. That's the way it ought to be. That's how we like it. Push. Full ball bearings. They are metal shielded, which is good for low resistance. Not so good for things like the weather. This is my first. We're doing sort of a. We've got quite a bit of Gmade as of late. Gmade and Cross. We're definitely branching out. This morning, I had a little bit of free time along the side and was tinkering away and decided to take it upon myself to change the pinion in a Cross Emo X2. If none of you have ever experienced that, I do not recommend it. Oh, it's making me sad. We got to put that back in the tire. I'm going to have to pull them out to vent them again anyway. Insulating another bathroom. Hey, if I can keep you company while insulating a bathroom, then we're doing something okay. Y'all know what I'm looking for, right? There they are. What are we gonna try to work on while talking? You know what? Listen. Yeah, I'm getting a real new old stock vibe off of these. That is, these axle stubs, these are already patinaed. So when that comment that was made that they haven't changed the Gmade, the Sawbackin in 10 years, yeah, I think that's probably accurate. I think this guy goes back maybe that far. Yeah, that these guys could withstand a little bit of wire wheel, but it's flavor. It's flavor. We're gonna hit it with the flavor. Noon wrenching. Working on a Capra I just picked up from the marketplace. Heck yeah. You'll let me know in the future. Remember that I asked you this randomly at around noon on a Friday in May. Let me know if your Capra stays a Capra. Because I'm not convinced anybody's Capra actually stays a Capra. My Capra turned into basically 3 vehicles. Over a long enough time frame, your Capra will morph into as many things as you can build out of a Capra. Erwin asks, is your body recovering from all that labor? Yeah, finally now, yeah. And if you were to extend that question further and ask what manner of physical labor I've done in the last 3 days, nothing! Because we have to listen to our bodies. And my body said, you tried to pack in building an entire obstacle into too small of a period of time. And I agree with my body on that one. How do you put an E-clip on a shaft that has a flat on it? I guess I'm figuring that out. That doesn't look right to me at all. Like, that should maybe be clipped on. We'll see if we can get the other one to look in a fashion that looks more appealing to me. Maybe if I try clipping it on this way. And if it looks better enough, yeah, it's definitely supposed to go that way. That looks, now we gotta pop the other one apart. Because I'll know. Still Capra, but I have plans. My Capra is just the axles now. Yeah, the Capra axle. So sought after. But I'm not convinced that there are a ton of people out there buying Capras to make Capras out of them. This is the chrome framed leafer. It's been there for 2 years. Maybe if the guys hadn't put it together, it would have sold. Yeah, that is weird. BMFRC, I'm putting my Capra on a 10 Pro chassis that I have left over. Nice. Oh, these are hard to get on in a straight fashion. I just got it on angled again. I'm not, I understand the reality of sintered gears. I'm not a great fan of sintered gears, but I am also cognizant of realities. We got to deal with what we got to deal with. Just mauling my fingernails to pieces trying to get this put together. The tunnel. I'm happy with the tunnel, and the tunnel in the new obstacle, which I have to say, from the comments, Tumbledome and Tumbledore are appealing to me greatly, and I'm 100% fine with having all of you good folk name the obstacles. GS01 axle part straight differential bearing cap. Okay. All right. This is an approach to differentials that I have not previously seen. Ordinarily, we use big old bearings. Now we use tiny little wee bearings. Tumbledore and Tumbledome. So is that right? Yeah, man. You gotta love this stuff, man. I still, it may arise rage in folks when I refer to Cross, MST, Gmade, as the off-brands, because I speak from an Americentric perspective, where we have the big four and then everything else on the fringes. So ordinarily, you run a monster bearing is what is fitted to ring gears. 7 by 14 by 3.5 and 7 by 14 by 5 is pretty common. That is an Element carrier bearing, and this is how Gmade opts to do it. But Element gives you the world's smallest pinion gear, and these guys give you the world's biggest pinion gear. That thing's got to be 17 millimeters across. Ever noticed it's so much cheaper to build a Capra than to buy a Capra? Yeah, when they discoed the Capra kit, and the only way to get a Capra now is the 4-wheel steer version, I was like, well, I guess nobody's buying Capras anymore, because why would you? You wake up one day and you think to yourself, man, I just want a bunch of Spectrum electronics just so I can get those fancy pot metal. Yeah, these are definitely sintered. These are definitely metal deposition, and they have a much more zinky look than what you would typically see. That's not even a through right there. But this is one of those things. I would consider this sawback to exist somewhere in a space in the universe, somewhere between something Tamiya would make and something where between basically what Gmade would make nowadays. You look at the construction of the axle. So this is definitely pre-GA44. If you look at the internal of a GA44, it looks like everybody else's axle. And when you look at what's going on in here, I'm almost certain that this is going to be fitted with some sort of brushed setup. It's not going to need much. I mean, the whole box, including the box with everything put in it, might have been 6 pounds. So this thing done with some figures in it is going to be maybe 6 pounds, probably in the 5 pound range, because like, what is even the wheelbase on this? 11 inches? 280? I think it's 287 is what the box lists. This is not going to be a big boy. This is the opposite of the Spider or the Emo. Well, the new obstacle will forever be known to me as Daphne's Mountain. Well, yeah, that one of the comments said, why would you send Daphne out to test obstacles when she's just going to make life harder for everyone else? And well, the stuff out there was a little bit tricky for her, and that made me happy, because that means it's going to be a lot of bit tricky for everyone else. So, capsule review, mini review. I stripped out, didn't strip out, but I wear out 2mm drivers fairly often. I remarked upon this to the guy at the MIP booth at the little mini RC show that was over in Pomona a couple months ago. And he goes, yeah, a lot of people mention this. And he goes, because there was a time when you needed all the wrenches to put a rig together. And now everything is 2mm. It's button head 2mm. So you will use your 2mm a lot. I went on the internet to obtain a 2mm insert bit, and you'll notice this one says Traxxas on it. And you will also notice a little glob of glue right here, because this holds into the fasteners so tight that it pulled itself apart. It has a square bit at the bottom to hold it together. It was inexpensive. It came in the 3-pack, so I have a 1.5 and a 2.5. And I don't mind of having 2 of each. But I like this 2mm so much that right now we're gonna cut open a bag on this MIP 2mm. Because I go through a 2mm. Does it make the noise? Yes. I go through a 2mm about once a year. I get about a year out of this. And if you were to ask yourself, how much do you use that before you wear it out? Well, you've been here before. You've seen what happens. Somewhere between a lot and too much. Let's I have an orange storage. I have an orange chest, like a Servolite bin behind me, and it is so covered in stickers. We're just going to cover the whole building in stickers. We've got a sticker wall. We've got a sticker cabinet. We're just going to start stickering across this as well. Hello, Mr. Saxon, and welcome to the live. And whoever remarked that, what are we going to try to do today? Yeah, I mean, accurate. All right. Okay, Gmade. Is it in the bag? Oh, no, it's right here. I don't feel like this is fresh off the factory floor. I feel like wherever this was, it was there for a little while. Okay, make sure. Ooh, those fall out pretty easy. Position the arrow to the top. What arrow? Oh, there they are. And another bearing. What's the best Class 1 RTR or kit? Asking for a friend. For your friend, how strict are the rules under which their Class 1s? Oh my God. Are you ready? Are you ready? Zoom in, focus. There we go. How long has this kit been around? Well, we're definitely going to have to pull the screw bin out because, ladies and gentlemen, Phillips Head Hardware. All of it. We are going to have to refasten her all the way up. Anyone see the guy trying to make dual stage foams with pool noodles? I did not. Yeah, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips is in the house. That bearing. Okay. All right. I hope those are 5x11s because that one rolled. That's gone. No, it's gone. It rolled under the stuff. It's 5x11x4. It's okay. We got plenty of those. The one bearing in the housing does not stay. And, oh yeah, I was like, why do these not thread in? They don't thread in because they use lock nuts on the backs. So we're going real old school. So the C-hub lock nuts on. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that guy. That's a fun one, isn't it? It really burns when you rub it against things that you don't notice. It's great. I'm living my best life. No comping, just fun. Okay. Then what you got to do is you got to Okay, well, Leadfoot, what's your budget? We'll throw another question on that, because I would say the most fun Class 1 I've got in here. No offense to Pentaby up here, but the Trail Runner is a blast, and it is definitely Class 1. This is not, I mean, on the one hand, I appreciate the lock nut. It means that this stuff, you can't accidentally strip out the plastic because there's no threading in it. On the other hand, getting these screws to start is an absolute nightmare. I'm not having a good time. There we go. I got it. And now I'm prepared for the rear axle, which is just going to be the same thing as mounting these C-hubs, only with the, what do they call them, deletes. No budget. Just not a class I've looked into trying to weigh things up. Okay. Wow. The bearings fit so tight. They shouldn't have had me put those bearings in before I had to put the C-hubs on. Because there's a couple of them under the bench already. Look at the bits. You buy some or straight cut with other bits that have a tapered head that gets thinner at the tip, so as it wears, the width stays the same. like I say, I would never say a bad word about the fitment of these MIP bits or the longevity of them. I think if you are a normal person using them for normal functions, they are going to last a long time. I use these enough that I've almost worn all the text off the handles, and the tips of the bits are in perfect condition. I would anticipate and not be surprised by power drivers wearing out faster. And they do. And I'm on my, if we count the Traxxas, I'm on my 4th 2mm insert. But I have to operate from an assumption that I probably use stuff like drivers like this a little more than other folk do. And I was just remarking to my buddy yesterday that we are running out of M3x10s. M3x10 buttons are super common usage on every vehicle. And we're going to use up the last of the 10s today, most likely. I feel like this little guy's going to go through a lot of them. I wish I had the sound effect queued up. Driver 8 says, does assembling axles require differential equations? That's, you know that scene from the, it was an Aardman movie with the claymation and the monkeys playing the drums, and he has the look on his face, and he goes, ba-dum-tss, on the drums. That's right there. I appreciate a good dad joke as much as the next guy, particularly if I'm deploying it in a weaponized fashion against my children, because they deserve it. Gear grease. Okay, how many teeth are on the, does it say? 14. So just because Gmade is the way Gmade is, this is a 14-tooth pinion and a 32-tooth main. You know, not a third, not in what, 830, 930? Wait, is that right? Now I'm questioning everything. Yeah, okay. I'm looking closer at the instructions to catch the things that I left out. Is it this size E-clip? I'm not gonna lie. I was definitely surprised by Phillips hardware. More down the lines of a leafer. Well, then, I mean, if you're looking at leaf sprung, you've got something like this, and then you've got something like RC four-wheel drive money. And I had one of these in my save for later on A main. Not save for later, I'm sorry. Notify me when in stock for several years, and it never came in stock until after I had my Marlin. I've just lost another E-clip. We're definitely going to have to sort more E-clips to finish putting this thing together, because I think I've lost three. We're down 3 E-clips and a bearing. 830. Yes, that is correct. That is usually what we're... Almost lost a 4th E-clip. Me and E-clips, we do not hang. Almost. Nope. This is being wildly uncooperative. Picked up a Zool 2 last night. First impression is that the motor ESC trans are not that bad. All right. You know what? I might be with you a little bit. I might be with you a little bit, because no spoilers, but we may have gotten some wheel time this morning, of the twins. And if you'll recall back to the build portion with the twins, one is fitted with a 550 and one is fitted with a 540. I don't think that I have ever driven a rig with the 540 before. The 16-turn 540, which is probably what's in the Zool. Now, if the Zool has the 550 in it and you don't think it's very bad, I think you might have lost your mind. Because that 550 is god-awful. It's absolutely god-awful. And I may or may not have had a setup such that I could drive both of them, the 550 and the 540, side by side right next to each other and really get a perspective that I've never had before of how different they truly are. And let's just, again, no spoilers, but I was genuinely astonished by the result. Or, if we want to call it a result, the difference between the two was counter to my anticipation. I mean, they're still the torqueless wonders of the world. Zool 2 is the 14 turn 550 on the newer 2-in-1. Now, see, there's another variable. I've only experienced the 14 turn 550 with the 480X. Which, 480X. Ooh. Ew. Ew. Did I? Yes. Yes. The question posed to myself was, did you forget to put the bearing in on one side? Yeah, you dropped it. These are dog bones. We got the dog bone and cup outs, which means we are going to have the steering angle. Oh no, these are lock netted. As was questioned in the comments, what are we going to try to build while talking today? There you go. There you go. We'll see how many parts I lose. Luckily, the bins here, y'all know. Pretty much most of y'all's names is green, so y'all know, you've been here before. The parts bins run fairly deep here. Anything we might need, I should have. If I don't have it, we probably don't need it. I love your channel. I've seen every episode for the last year and a half. You're the only honest reviewer of RC crawler products. Keep up the good work and the wonderful content. Sir, you make me blush. But not to sound like a back patter or, I'm like, oh, everybody loves me. When folks ask me what crawler content do you regularly consume, I've gotten past feeling bad about saying to people, yeah, I don't watch a lot of it because I don't have time in my day to sit down and tune into ads. If I want to watch an ad, I'll watch an ad because I trust ads because I already know they're trying to sell me something. But when I turn on a video where, hey, I found one of the E-clips, where someone is trying to convince me that the best thing I could go out and spend my money on right now is a Ascent Fusion. It's the best vehicle of the year. I'm immediately like, questions. So, I don't. I find it very difficult to watch crawler content because most crawler content is turning into The Rock. Mr. C, from what you've seen, what do you think about that 1/7 scale crawler? Which one is the 1/7 scale? Maybe I haven't seen it. You missed a question from RC Family. How far back up? What did I miss? Oh, wait. Did you feel like the Petrozzi precipice were a little thick on the carcass? Yes. Took them out, put on the soft Famandas, and they were not conforming at all. Yeah, they are. Yeah. No, their sidewall, they performed the best in my usage with that absolutely powder soft foam. They are definitely thicker carcass, and they don't want to conform. So, like, particularly when I tried them on a Canyon Custom, the dual stage were just way too firm. I believe Rarlo. The only thing I have of that Rarlo is I can't. Was it RC Family? I saw a thumbnail pop up that said, "Do not buy this," and it was like Rarlo whatever crawler. So I said, "Oh, they're getting the strong reviews right out of the gate." So no, Rarlo basically does not exist in the United States at all. The same with RGT. The only way you can get RGT here is import from Asia, and you will generally end up paying more than you would if you were going to buy an Element or a Traxxas or a Vanquish or something. So I'm staying out of it. I have the Rarlo army after me. Yeah, that was something that, you know, I've experienced in other aspects, you know, that like aggressive brand loyalty, but it still surprises me when it rears its head in RC, because like what have manufacturers done to foster such loyalty? I don't want to just easy default to corporations are not your friends, but I mean, you know, if someone is super loyal to it, every time I lower this down, that back bearing falls out. If someone is a dude in a garage, like if we're talking Zoku or Squid or any of those guys, that's different. I can understand loyalty to a guy who's taking time out of his life to try to improve the hobby. Would you recommend the ABS Bronco hardbody? You mean the one that's on the Lord? Yeah. It's one of the only ABS hardbodies I would recommend, because it's the first one that I've driven where you have when you tumble him down, when he goes down Mount Tumbledore, you just go, meh. When I flop a RC 4-wheel drive Scottsdale onto its door, I go, but yeah, that thing, and it seems to be pretty durable because Lord Penneby's taking a beating already. Ooh, this I'm gonna reach a point where the missing bearing is gonna come back on me. Oh, these fit tight enough. Nice. These fit tight enough. As soon as I saw cups, as soon as I saw this, I shouldn't have been surprised by Hex Hardware. I mean, by Phillips Hardware. I guess I would call that new obstacle. It broke back mountain. Yeah, an obstacle takes around 80 hours to build if you do it more sane. If you try to cram it all into 2 installments of Wheelin' Wednesday and rapidly and dramatically accelerate the process, yeah, you will feel it. I felt it. I still feel it to a degree. I am recovering. I dropped a bearing. How am I not short a bearing? I should be short a bearing. We need to buy Mr. C an Ascent Fusion just so we can see him go, wow, this is awesome. Yes, I will undoubtedly try to stop me. I'll be like, this thing, everyone should buy one of these. It's amazing. Okay, now, we are going to find out about the true depth of my parts bins, because we've got shouldered kingpin screws, and they are Phillips. And if our goal is to get all Phillips off of here, then we're going to do it. But kingpin screws, shouldered screws are really, really specific in their nature. Yeah, Rudy, I'm 100% with you. The cheap bodies, the notion of the cheap body, all bodies probably cost the manufacturers about the same to produce. What we get from them varies wildly. So you can get a pretty good body for pretty cheap. We just, I tend to shop by what's most easily available. That looks real close right there. It needs to be 4¼ millimeter. Is this a little small? That's 4 millimeter. I don't want to give in this early and just put, is this a Tamiya or what? I have a JIS screwdriver around here. I should test to see if these are JIS. I get this sneaking suspicion that 4¼ millimeter is going to be a weird one. There is definitely no standard when it comes to kingpin screws. Yeah, 4 millimeter is very common. And then I think the Traxxas are around 5 millimeter. Yeah, 484. We're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to do it. Yeah, 484, 486. Thank you, Leadfoot FPV. You're spending your future Class 1 money on a stranger on the internet. So I must applaud. Oh, so let me... That is really small. Like, if it's JIS, it's not like a JIS2. Look at that little thing. Let me see if I might be gone for a second. Let me see if I can... Oh, yeah, I know where my vessel tips are. Hold on. I'm going to go over here. Maybe I don't know where my vessel tips are. That's a Shimano. Aha! Yeah. You've heard me mention before bicycles. Yeah, there's a lot of JIS on bicycles. Let's see if it is. No, I think it's I don't think it's JIS. I think it's regular. You know what? Neither of them fit really great. I'm trying to use my ham hands. I got it. I found another one of those Eclipse. Is anyone else watching the reflections in the pop boxes? I think the reflections from the pop boxes are down right just above my waist. So, also sometimes my reflection almost comes up in the welcome back sign, but I don't think you're going to get it. Yeah, it doesn't really fit the JIS. It doesn't really fit Phillips. I've got Posi. Is it Posi? Oh, it's definitely not Posi. Posi drive doesn't even fit. Don't give it away, he'll move them. Ha ha! Finally a use for those narrow-tipped screwdrivers that fit nothing. Yeah, I use some Bosch Impact. I got a 2-pack of number 2 and number 1. That's what I use. It fits, like, it's not regular number 2. That's way too loose. But it doesn't really fit the JIS either. The closest fit is this JIS 1. But in JIS, usually you can do the thing where you stick it in and the screw will just stay out there. Oh, okay, it's JIS 1. I guess it's JIS 1. That's been decided for us. True story. On 2 separate occasions, I've lost a kingpin screw while wheeling, and twice someone found it within 20 minutes after I gave up looking. Yeah, that's the secret. The speed secret to finding something that you're looking for is to give up, and then someone who has no interest in it at all will just find it incidentally. I have found out back on the course so many parts. So many parts. There have been RC vehicles have been treading that ground back there for years and years and years. Yeah, that's definitely JIS 1. That feels super confident, like the engagement. That actually drives really well. I'm not even going to be mad that these are Phillips on there. Look at those, just there was no slippage, and I am no great fan of the Phillips head screw. I'm a square drive man. I would rather break the fastener off than have it cam out. I don't know if it's truth or lore about how Ford is why we ended up with Phillips and not Robertson, not square drive. But I choose to believe it. That they couldn't trust people on the assembly line with square drive because they'd break all the fasteners. Ooh, it jumped up a bit. Because I enjoy assembling Tamiya kits, therapeutic and fun to drive. Yeah, Yeah, Tamiya, man, everyone in their life should build one. And the beauty of that is that if it's something that they're still leaning on currently, CCO2, something like that, you can get a kit with a body with everything for like $100, $110, and then sit down and build a clock. Okay, that bearing goes in there. It's just gonna fall out again. It goes in there. I believe it. You know what? No shims, no nothing. That's a pretty oh, and these are he had ordered from Gmade. These are the like little cast pot metal chromey covers, which is nice. I mean, they're not plastic. It's an upgrade. But look how good these are. Those are good. Those are real good. All right, put that over there. And yeah, as far as talking and assembling at the same time, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're already to step 5. Step 5. Okay, ball bearing, straight drive shaft, another ball bearing, E-clip. Oh no! Oh, Gmade, why? We've got a 97 millimeter drive shaft and a 92 millimeter drive shaft. See, these are the decisions that these companies make. Just like why would you do that? Why would you do that? But here we are. What are you gonna do? It's got Phillips head hardware on it. We can't finish. We can't expect. Yeah, everybody likes a little bit of pre-patinaed axles. A little bit of pre-patina. I'm a Torx man. I've done a lot of construction. I'm a Torx man. Good old T25. You will become a fan of T25 when you have to insert a screw above your head where your hand is behind the axis of your body and you can't really get any drive into it. And you're like, please don't let the driver pop out of the screw because then I'm going to have to start all over again. Yeah. Anytime you've got to screw above your head, that's when your friend is T25. So these I'm going to watch much closer. I'm going to watch much more closely because I don't want to forget bearings. Oh, then I don't have nearly enough bearings. Oh, no, I'm short one. Okay, good. I'm short one. We're just going to replace both of those with brand new lemons in this little tube. XZN, the not Torx. I love when something shows up and it has one of the even more obscure, like Posi drive, or the Phillips Square, the one that's Phillips drive, which is kind of what Posi is. Like is this a Posi 3? Yeah, Posi 3 is like square drive with Phillips on the outside. They make another one of those anti-cam out styles that is like a hybrid. It's half Robertson, it's half R2 and half Phillips. So it's like a double 2. Those were great too, but I mean, you don't see them very often. And I built a speaker box for a guy years back. And because I didn't want him tinkering with it, I used all of the Wild fasteners on it. And it was like built into the back of the car. And when he finally went to take it apart to get it out of the car, he goes, "How many different screws did you use in here?" And I was like, all of them to stop you from messing with it. Ever considered getting a 3D printer for fabbing parts? There is a 3D printer. There's an Ender. That's another bearing falling out and hitting the ground. There's an Ender V3 something still in the box over there. I got it for my birthday. So it's been sitting in a box with a spot cleared out for it to live It has been sitting there for about 7 months. And I will open it eventually. We will get there. I lack patience. I mean, the fact that I got the laser going to cut some acrylic to do shock towers, I'm still genuinely amazed by that. That is humongous progress for me. These I would have to call these axles are full floaters. Like, there's so much, like, you couldn't shim this because the bearing retainer and the axle. Let's see if I can get both halves installed without bearings already falling out. If I can get both halves installed without the bearings falling out, so I can show you the full floater action on this axle. It's going together reasonably well. It just seems very old school. Hello, Miata commuter. Try not to lose parts. Like, I think there's enough room for this to move back and forth 2 millimeters or so. But you know what? That feels plenty good enough. And luckily for us, these are M3x12 according to the instructions, which will save us a little bit of our supply of M3x10s. I don't know if they actually need 12s, but the instructions call for them, and so they shall be. Company, so I got to be sociable. Ugh. Company is the worst. Unless it's people coming to drive, in which case, that's great. That's not company, though. Company, to me, implies obligation. I never feel obligated when people come over. We just hang out and we talk about toy cars. And a good time is had by all. Yeah, the rear axle is a lot easier than the front axle. I like a pre-patinaed axle. It's not often you see it. I should have put the diff cover on instead of trying to get these nuts installed, because I realize I'm just greasing the inside of my palm every time I rest my hand against the gear. It's too late. I also like to hoard the little jars of Gmade gear grease. I'm gonna hoard another one because I just put CV joint grease in everything. Yeah, I've greased myself up. Might as well put this in. We might get, a ways. We might get a ways into this. We might get to the point where we've got leafs and stuff hung under a chassis. There's company and then there's friends. Yeah, there you go. That's better than I said it. Yeah. Company, you got to clean. Make your house look unnaturally clean. You like put on pants. Ugh. If I have to put on pants, the day has already gone sideways. Oh, I can put those other 12s in, huh? 8, 10. How many 6x6 trucks are at the canyon? Bonita Creek, 1. Jolly Green. Jolly Green is the solitary 6x6. I am intrigued by the... Is it the Cross? Cross has got that one now? They got more than one? Intrigued, but the projects. And when I speak of projects, I speak not of the things that people send in to have built, worked on, evaluated, whatever. I speak of the projects that I have begun to initiate for myself, which are now numbering too many, and I feel a guilt. I feel unmoderated guilt because I'm like, I have rigs that were sent in to be built, and it came from the Workbench series that should be finished, and I'm starting to loosen up, right? What we're here to do is work on the things that we want to work on. It is wants over needs, and sometimes I don't want to work on a specific thing. I want to work on something else. And there's no better way to kill the joy in your heart than to say, well, I should be doing that thing I want to do, but instead, I'm going to work on this thing that I need to work on, and then it feels like work. I can wrench all day. I could do this all day and never feel like I had done a minute of work. And if you're doing it that way, you are doing it, what I would say, time to stand. Guys, I don't even have a chair. I haven't sat down in 2 hours since I sat down. So I got to go. And then I trick it into thinking I'm standing. And for what reason? Oh, there isn't one. I just don't like to be bullied around by technology. You know what I didn't even look at? You know what I didn't even look? You know I didn't. You know I didn't. You know I didn't look. The 97 and the 92. And we just, like, the pin is in the same spot, right? Right? Yes. Yeah. We got it right purely by accident. I did not look. I didn't look at all. That had the potential to be a lot worse. I could be taking that whole thing apart again. Oh, it's our best buddy. It's our best buddy, the helicopter. Love him. I wish he could fly over all day, every day. Undies is the only way. I am an enemy of pants. I don't like long pants. I distinctly remember, this is probably going back a number of years, more than I can recall. Someone jumped a skateboard over the Great Wall of China. And if you're familiar at all with skaters and or people who ride skateboards, they wear shorts. So they had to have teams building up the ramps to jump their skateboard over the Great Wall of China. And none of the people on the work crews or anything recognized the skaters as, like, the people who were in charge of the stuff, because they were all wearing shorts. And outside the United States, apparently, if you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt, that's clothing for children. So I wear clothing for children every day, shorts and a t-shirt. To the point where when I have, that's a lot of zip ties. Why so many zip ties? Okay. Oh, they zip tied a leaf packs together. Ooh. Okay. I'm reading here. All right, look. 5 stars on the rock pile on the soft type. 3 stars on the rock pile, 2 stars on the rock pile. 4, 3, 2. Okay. So on road, yeah, that's not us. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 3. It's soft type, right? Like low speed and high traction. Soft type leaf spring setup can be used when vehicle needs high tractions and provides sooth suspension. That's truth. Provides true suspension movements with maximum wheel travel level. It is recommended to us at trail courses. Then standard type just says normal driving. That's like a paragraph, normal driving. So soft type it is. A plus B. Okay. The difference between A plus, are you ready? Are you ready? Some of you might have looked off to the side. A plus B is soft. Standard is A plus B with zip ties. Give me one of these, Apple thing. Give me one of these. So to go from soft to standard, you put zip ties on it. So we're not going to need all those zip ties. Awesome. So we've got the 4 mains. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have 4 intermediates. And then we don't need these little shorties, right? No. The shorties are for hard type. Okay. We are definitely low speed and high traction. Welcome, feel at home. You can hang your pants on the coat rack. A very valid Dutch greeting. That sounds amazing. I like the lily. Does that mean you'll have spare leaves? Yeah, I'll have these little guys right here, the little shorties. That's the only difference. And also, when you do it hard type, the little goes under the main. But in all setups, the medium goes above the main, like that. I also like that the leaf setup guide came to page after the part where we mount the springs. You know, for fun. Shock grease. I can't do it. Again, we're just going to keep holding the manual up in front of this. Put shock oil between the leaves. What are you, climbing this indoors on carpet? Like, you're gonna grind through your leaves out here. Maybe I'll squirt some Molly. I'll squirt some Molly in there. So M3 Nylox, U-bolts. Look at the by the way, look at the size of these U-bolts. Yeah, yar. This is gonna be a blast. I don't know about y'all. I'm having a good time. Okay, so there's the hole in the axle and the hole in the leaf, and apparently nothing goes in there. You don't put anything in there. Yeah, Twisted Fabco, man. I don't need it, but it's always wants over needs. That leaf conversion he did for VS410. I think all the pieces together would end up running like $500. But man, does it look cool! I want a leaf spring VS410 chassis. Oh, there's a pin. There's a pin through an alignment pin. And honestly, the fake, the chrome on this, I can't tell if it's real. This could be chromed plastic. This could be real. I can't tell. Andre throwing out the gift memberships. So I've mentioned before that, when I'm consuming YouTube content, I tend to watch videos about stuff that I don't do. So I watched The Harpist, Emily Hopkins, The Harpist. She's an agent of chaos. I love it. And she was there's a gentleman named Russ who was there for all the live streams and all of her videos. And they kept giving away gift memberships to stop him from going to bed. And it was amazing because he looked so displeased every time the gift memberships would come in. Please, what do you guys recommend for someone that's starting to lose interest in RC crawling and RC in general? Do something that is counter to what you're doing now. So if all you've got is rock crawlers, get something fast. If you've got stuff that goes fast, get a drift car or a boat. There's an RC tugboat that I want so badly. I want it so badly. And I go to myself, what are you going to do with an RC tugboat? And my brain is like, shut up. We're not here to be reasonable. We want an RC tugboat. When they sang the worst, oh my God, when she does oh my God, when she got the girl with the vocoder and the keyboard, oh my God, so amazing. And also when she answers negative comments by playing the letters on the harp and it just spells out nonsense. Oh, it's fantastic. Look at that. Look at that. I'm building a leafy thing. Only, unlike the HC6, which, yes, I have not opened the box since that fateful day. Because, honestly, not because I've been avoiding it, just because on any particular day, I haven't felt like it. I haven't felt like it. When I feel like it, buckle up. We're going in. Today, I knew what I was doing, and sometimes knowing what you're doing in advance is the speed secret. That's the key. Not necessarily going in with a plan, but just going in kind of knowing where you're going. The Horizon Pro Boat Tug. Oh, man. Towboat. I want a tugboat so bad. That's the thing about RC. That is what got me into crawling, because it was so different from anything else. A crawler trip to somewhere far away from people helps. Yeah. Get yourself or build yourself something that is authoritatively trail. And by trail, I'm not using it here in that negative connotation. I'm using it in terms of this rig, like that, the Cross Emo. The Cross Emo X2 is not a rock crawler. And when I try to rock crawl it, it is borderline infuriating. It does not do the things that I am trying to force it to do. But you could put easily, with no fitment issues, a 9,000 milliamp 3S pack in there, drive out into the forest, and just drive that thing for hours and have an absolute blast. Okay, we're a lock nut down. This is a lot of lock nuts. I'd love a fast boat again. If we were going to debate on why we want or need a boat or truck, I don't think we can talk anymore. Yeah, no, it's not about that. It's like I bought a drift car because I couldn't stop myself. The curiosity overwhelmed me to try the two-wheel drift with the gyro and everything. I don't have anywhere to drive it. There is nowhere with a surface suitable to operating a drift car, probably within 30 miles of here. Maybe more, might be closer to 50 miles from here. And when it comes to a boat, the situation is similar, if not identical. Like there's a little housing complex over here called Village Lakes. If you go over there with a boat, the little guy in the golf cart will show up and kick you out immediately. Like you won't be there for 5 minutes. And I mean, you could be out there, you could sneak out there with an electric boat and make no noise at all. And that guy he'll know. He will sense that an electric boat is nearby. We used to do sedan racing, and on rainy days, we would go down and go to the mall parking structure, the parking structure at the mall. And you go up to like the 4th tier of the mall, and no one has ever parked on the 4th tier of the parking structure or mall. There's not enough people or stores to warrant it. And the security guard would come and kick us out every time. We hadn't seen a car all day. Luckily, we're up on the 4th deck of the parking structure, and the security guy, it's like one guy patrolling this whole giant parking lot at the mall. He wouldn't notice we were there for like a couple hours. But every time he saw us, he'd kick us out. And it was the only place to drive indoors. Well, sort of indoors. Indoor, outdoor. So I see on the internet, I'll see people doing no prep drag, and they're in like a mall parking structure. And I'm like, well, they've definitely found a cooler parking structure than we ever found. Indoor carpet racing. Yeah, variety helps rekindle. Mr. Yates is 100% correct. Just sent you an Instagram message. Local guy has an RC tugboat for sale. What are you doing to me? The only way I'm going to have a place to drive an electric tugboat is if I dig a lake in my own yard and fill it with water. Uh-oh. Sounds like we're digging a lake. Yeah, you gotta, Mr. Stinky J, yeah, you gotta come back and roll down the hill. Because that is a hill for rolling down. There are guys up north in Washington, they have a gazebo they found with perfect pavement. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? And to make it more perfect, there's probably nobody out there trying to kick them out every 20 minutes. And of all the things, we were adults at this point, right? Full-on adults. If some adults are gathered together driving toy cars on the fourth deck of a parking structure at a mall where no one is around, let's kick them out. Maybe then they'll go somewhere else and, like, cause trouble. Simulate the boat first. Dig the hole, fill it with water, then throw money into it. Yep. That's a boat. A central lake to the canyon would be lush. Yeah. And here's what's worse. We have clearance. We have official clearance from management for a wading pond / lake. So like not just a hole filled with water, basically. But it would require filtration and the whole deal. I'm down. But a very good excuse to play with a mini digger. Yeah. The hole for the pond extension, which will be completed, that's next. That's next up. And now that I give myself the excuse to film content ahead of time, I've truly enjoyed the past 2 weeks of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday being work on an obstacle, film a little bit. You could even skip rocks with your kids if you had a lake. I could. If I could get my kids to come outside. When they say that trite stuff on that sounds like Hallmark movies about they grow up so fast. Boy, do they. I was carrying them on my shoulders yesterday. And now they sleep weird hours and they play too many video games and they're surly a lot of the time. I don't know if that's where all children end up, but I feel like that's where a lot of children end up. Surly. What part is that? GSO1 4.8mm X2. Is that those big boys? I think it is. Making you a swimming pond. That's the goal. Swimming pond. But that is what they would call an undertaking. Oh no, not 3x25s. Not 3x25s. Let's just say that while working on other projects, I had to source a lot of 3x25s. So I don't know how many 3x25s I still have left, but I only need 2. There's 1, and there's 2. I didn't know that this thing was servo and axle. I feel like we're experiencing the depth and breadth of parts that have been repurposed from other kits. I feel like I'm getting Gmade a little bit because I noticed conspicuously, I put those back in so they don't fall through my feet. There's little hex openings in there, but into the little hex openings we put these screws. Okay. And then they're nylocked on the bottom. So, okay, you know what? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna say, screw you, Gmade. I'm doing this the way I want to do it. Oh no, they're hexed on the bottom too. We got to do it their way. Damn it. We almost got clear. I don't think we are going to encounter a point on this where a screw threads into plastic. So on the one hand, all right. On the other hand, we're going to go through about 80 lock nuts. Whoa, that just jumped a whole bunch. A friend of mine made an RC plastic duck. It was trying to feed it, and then it drove off at full speed. That makes me want to go to the park and harass people with a... The parts fitment in this is tight, like a tiger. Just saying that about my... WhatsApp. God bless you. If you're willing to make an effort at the technology of the youth in order to relate to the youth, then God bless you. These kids today, they don't know. Oh my God. Hey, the bearing! I found one of the missing bearings. Now we have extra. We went from not enough bearings to now we have extra bearings. Someone just said they had to take ponds away when they moved to their house, breeding tons of mosquitoes. Yeah, my neighbors just took out their defunct above-ground pool that had all of the mosquitoes in the northern hemisphere in it. And I am quite convinced it's where every mosquito bite I've ever gotten came from. Because in the off-season, they would just let the pool turn green. So finally, I think it lasted 15 years. An above-ground, vinyl or whatever they make them out of pool. It should not have lived that long, but it did. Well, yeah. The canyon needs a lake, doesn't it? I feel like it does. Ooh, those threads went right into my finger meat. I think I just made a screw hole in my finger. Sounds like me, it's time to crawl being pulled by a tugboat in a lazy river. Now we're talking! Yeah, there is no halfway here. What Gmade are we building? Sawbackin. The obstacle with the waterfall can feed the lake. Yes. Yes, there's always a blood sacrifice. Often in woodworking, it is only very slightly tongue-in-cheek, which is if it hasn't consumed blood, it's not an official project. And I have made many, many things out of wood in my days, and they've all got wood in. They've all got blood in them. The tire rack's got blood in it. I know. I've done it long enough. When you're shooting an air nail, there's a zone that you don't put your hand because a skin out is going to come and it's going to find you. And it came and found me anyway. By the way, there was the DS Power 35kg green case was sitting on the bench. It's the servo for today. What the final servo is, we will determine at a later date. But for today, it is this one. It's servo and axle. It will be easy to change at any point in the future. And if you think that I am going to use a bunch of washers to put this servo on, then you've apparently never been here before. My 92 hard body runs on my blood. I just realized what I did. In my zeal to order an M2 driver, I ordered a ball end. Are they nuts? Oh my God, there's nothing on this vehicle that uses a... Okay, he's getting blue for today. He's getting blue. We're gonna put all the colors. We're gonna go full Pocahontas on here. All the colors of the wind. If not a lake, then a nice stream. You could use a solar pump to keep the water running. Now you're thinking with portals. Canyons from my rivers as the scale rivers. We do need a proper river. Mount St. Tumble. That's pretty good. Hey, I'm there building a 1/24th Capra part by part. Ah. Man. Good luck and good fortune to you, sir. I've already dropped 77 things today, and I'm working on what is purportedly a 10th scale. So, if I was working on 1/24th, I would have lost my mind already. Who hasn't shot a 16 penny through the flesh of the palm of your thumb, the webbing of your thumb? A guy I worked with years ago shot himself through the tip of his nose with a 16 penny, with a framer. To which you might, I'm assuming, or I would at least hope that you're saying to yourself, but how? He was let me see if I can illustrate this. What can we find here that I can use to illustrate? Okay. So this is the guy, right? So he's facing away with you, and he has the nailer, and I need something square. So this is like a rafter, and his head is right here, and he's reached around with the nailer. Let me find the one without the bit. So this is the nailer. So his head is right here, and this is the nailer, and he's toe nailing, right? So he goes patang to toenail that in, and there's either a knot here or a knot in this face, and the nail went ahooey and came around like a boomerang and went right through the fleshy part of his nose right there, like getting your nose pierced, and came out of his nostril. So he wasn't, by technical definition, doing anything explicitly wrong, other than he was firing a nail roughly towards himself. And that nail said, I'm coming to get ya, I'm coming to get ya. And then it did. He shot a nail through his own nose. Which had to be, I imagine, alarming. I've shot the most of the times that I've put a nail into myself have been trim nailers. The little fellas that, you know, you're just basically shooting a piece of wire and it bends around and just comes back and gets you. Hits a knot, follows a grain in the plywood, just comes back and gets you. I need to hear some advice and use bubble juice for wheel assembly. What do you need? I will tell you. Mount St. Tumble is a great name. I like Tumbledore, but you can see Mount Helens when I exit my freeway exit, so it's homey. Oh, yeah. Glacier implies cold, which means frozen lake. Scale Zamboni. You know, out there somebody has to make a scales, an RC Zamboni. I want to say that I'm remembering correctly, but I couldn't guarantee it. I believe on an episode of How It's Made, there's only one company that makes Zambonis. So all Zambonis are built in the same building. To which I thought, that's weird. And then I also thought, that's not weird. Like, how many Zambonis can there possibly be? Like, in the world. If you have an ice rink of an appropriate size, you own maybe two? I was going to say a Zamboni, but then my brain flashed back to watching Your Coachella Valley Firebirds, and they have two Zambonis. So maybe if you're like proper NHL, you have three Zambonis. Can you imagine? Can you imagine 3 Zamboni money? 0.05-inch screwdriver. No! I spiked my thumb straight through into the bone. Yeah, skipped off a knot. Yes, less than ideal. Of all the times that I've injured myself enough to where I just go, well, I'm going to the emergency room. I'll see you soon. Those injuries have all definitely classified as less than ideal. I was holding a post that a piece of fence needed screwing to. Didn't realize how long the screw was until I screwed my finger to the post. These are, you know what? I love these stories more than other stories because they make me feel better. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. It goes and strongly related to this. I've often said that I go to Reddit to punish myself because nothing I ever read on Reddit makes me feel better. And the guys, there's a Home Depot ad right now where, for the purposes of the ad, they've set up a table saw just in like the middle of the lumber aisle in a Home Depot, and they've lit it dramatically. And the lady behind the table saw has terrible form for 12,000 Zambonis in the world, according to Google. So yeah, 12,000 is a big number until you say globally. I mean, 12,000 of something is not a lot. It's not a lot. I want to say they sell something like 300,000 Toyota Camrys annually. So 12,000 Zambonis. What is it? We're down to aren't there less than 10 blimps in the world now? So I know it's under 20, but I want to say we've gotten down to a single-digit number of blimps. So 12,000 Zambonis, I don't know, that seems about right. That seems about right. I hope that Mount Tumbledown is not doing the Mount St. Helens thing. No, it could only go the other way. A catastrophic mineshaft collapse could make it shorter, but I don't think it's ever going to get any taller. And I actually did think about it. If you'll notice, the top of the mountain is about 10 inches short of the top of the fence, because I knew that if I made the top of that mountain any taller, me or someone else would hook that and fall 6 straight feet down to the ground below. And it is seldom that anyone comes out of that completely unscathed. You know what my favorite part about the Gmade is so far? Let me interject with things that I'm trying to do while I talk at the same time. Look at a lot of it is out of frame. No, most of it's in frame. Look at the amount of fasteners that haven't been used for anything. And to my knowledge, I've only put about, of my own, 2, 4, 6, 8. I think I've put 14 screws in. There's got to be 50 screws and at least 30 lock nuts out here. I think the washers were for the servo. We went with blue colored washers. Why not? I had a job of making pallets. My buddy shot 2 into his index and middle fingers, and those are pallet staples. Don't mess with pallet staples. While riding a bike, I don't know how many flat tires I got via pallet staple. The most pain I have ever felt having a universal impact fall off the head and hit my thumb at Mach 28. That sounds amazing. How It's Made was fun to watch. I love that a whole bunch of them. My favorite one, hands down, no competition, Tabasco sauce. I don't even like Tabasco sauce, but the How It's Made for Tabasco sauce should cost $300 a bottle. If you want, it's like 7-minute long thing on how it's made. They're grown with Tabasco peppers, and a dude with ribbons throws ribbons onto bushes, and then people pick every pepper by hand, and then they sort the peppers, and then they put the peppers into drums with salt and whatever, and then the peppers sit there for like 7 or 10 years or something, and some of them go bad, and some of the casks explode, and then when they get done, they pour it into little bottles, and it's Tabasco sauce, and it sells for like $1.99 at the supermarket. It's wild. There's definitely more work that goes into Tabasco than that goes into tequila, and there are tequilas out there that are like $200 a bottle. So, and no, Mr. Spain, it does not look the same. There's leaves on them now and everything, and I know I did that within the last 30 minutes. It is requesting that I get out yet another bag. Oh, man. Look at that. How are there look at all the lock nuts. It wants me to build there they are. Okay, so they were already out. I was going to say it wants the tie rod and the drag link. We'll do that. I thought blimps were a German thing. We used to have, so in the center of our valley used to be an Air Force base, Norton Air Force Base, formerly the home of the 63rd Military Airlift Wing. They were they moved more cargo than any other military base in the western United States. And then Clinton got elected and he shut the base down. When he shut the base down, the town died. But that's another story entirely. But after they closed it down, they started doing everything out at the old air base. And for years and years, there was a facility out there that built blimps. So we used to have blimps, unmarked white, just white blimps, motoring around in the sky all spring. I guess that's when the weather is right for building and testing blimps. But we would get to watch the blimps all the time, and you don't see the blimps anymore. And my thought behind that was not because the company moved, but because they probably don't make blimps anymore. 10 years ago, I was carving a handle for a lawn care tool and sliced my left thumb to the bone. Yep. I'm right there. So, let's see if it shows up. This one right here. No stitches or nothing. We just let that one go. I had a piece of 3 or 4 inch ABS pipe, and I didn't have a reamer or anything to smooth it. So I had one of these gentlemen right here, and I was doing this right here. Not paying attention, I guess. Our good buddy, the number 11, it caught, it snapped, and it went like this. But about that much of it had snapped off, just the bit of the tip. So there was about that middle 18, 20 millimeters or so. And I buried it in my hand all the way to the little thing right there. So it was in that far. And when I pulled it out, it was what I think the technical term is blood faucet. It literally poured blood. It wasn't dripping. It was running out like in a stream, like you just cracked a faucet. And by the time I made it to the door, I grabbed it like this, and the blood was pouring out over my hand. I grabbed it like that, and by the time I made it to the door of the house, which was probably 30 feet, I was extremely lightheaded. And I think that's one of the times that I've lost the most blood in one go. It was pretty great. It's pretty great. Because most of the times when I hurt myself emergency room style, it's never that bloody. When I broke my hand, there was obviously no blood, but I knew right away. There was no question that I was going to the emergency room. In terms of pain, it was the broken finger. I broke this bone right here. And it can feel when the rain is coming. It really can. I know that they say that that's like an old wives' tale and that doesn't actually happen. Oh, 100%. 100%. About 48 hours before it's going to start raining, I feel like someone is taking my bone and going like this and pinching it closer together. And I go, oh, I guess it's raining. I guess it's raining. But it was, okay, now this one, I don't know if it'll show up. So this one is stitches. You see this right here? You see the row, the little hedgerow right there? And then it doesn't show up, but that scar starts there and it goes all the way out to right by my fingernail. And that is the one solitary injury that I have sustained on a table saw. And it was on a kickback. I was cutting a piece of 1/4 inch thick acrylic on a table saw. This is supposed to be 101 millimeters. And we are at 100.6 should be fine, right? 0.4 millimeters. We'll do this. Half a turn. And if it's M3, we should now be 101.1. No. 100.9. Perfect. Perfectly perfect. That'll do. I was cutting a piece of acrylic, and I'm right-handed, and I was feeding with this hand, and there was more material inside the blade than on the discard side. This hand, so here's the blade. This is the blade, and here's my hand. It's right here. So I'm pushing like this. This hand is over here, just holding the table saw, like balancing me. And I go like this. It caught, pinched against the fence, shot out, wrapped all the way around, and when it hit this finger, it just peeled the meat off. So when I went to the emergency room, I wrapped it in a blue towel, blue shop towel. I wrapped it in a blue shop towel and then electrical tape. And when I got in there, the intake nurse said, you've done this before. Electrical tape sticks to itself, but not the skin. So when you have to peel it off, it doesn't hurt as bad. And she goes, I'm going to take the thing off now. And I go, you've got to do what you've got to do. They don't specify a length on this. Oh, because of the different servos. So she unwraps it, and I can't see it because I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see it. And she unwraps it, and she looks at it, and she goes, "Oh, well, you did a number to yourself here." And I was like, "Thanks." And it was 7 stitches, and I did indeed fracture the bone. They put a splint on it. It was just like a hairline fracture. They put a splint on it. And I got home, and I took the splint off, and I threw it away, and I got that piece of acrylic, and I finished cutting it, and I put the thing together, because if you fall off the horse, you get back on the horse. Ooh. 9bolt says, when I was 10, I used my thumb to stop the prop on my model plane engine. Now, I'm going to guess once. You only did that once. I was a crane operator in a glass factory and cut the back of my first 2 fingers on my left hand. That was the end of my 30-year guitar playing. Eey. I've not, knock wood, I've not lost any faculty so far. Mr. Spain says, I want to stay 18. I don't want to do those things and start having scars everywhere. But here's the beauty. The scars all come with stories. There's stories behind all the scars. Otherwise, how are you going to get your stories? What are you going to have to regale people with when you've made no, real impact or accomplishment in your life? Oh, no, I'm going to start getting sad all of a sudden. M16. Oh, no, not another 3x25. Add it to the mental McMaster list. There's a 25. One of the most brilliant ideas I ever had is I put a new tape measure on the table saw because it's both in English and metric, and I did it wrong! So I already had to order a new one, but I took the little cut-off scrap bits, and then if I want to, because I can't tell the difference by eye between a 25 and a 27, it's metal. So I just put it up against, and I go like that, and I go, oh, look, it's a 25. So handy! Because before I would grab a micrometer or Shock Tools now have this little nice little thing where you can lay it on there and it says it's 25. But having it inside the thing is just flat out convenient. That goes there, and that goes there, and that goes under. Okay, I'm trying not to put this together backwards. And it's the outer hole, and then we're going to lock nut that business again. Experience is what you get immediately after you needed it. God, that's good. That's really good. You usually don't make the same mistake twice. Fair. But I love watching those, the Real Hollywood retrospective or whatever. And they're like, and this is when he married his 5th wife. And I'm like, okay. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, that guy made some mistakes. And then he was like, learn? That's insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. Yeah, we're not going to make sure anything's centered. We're not going to do anything properly today. We're just here to try to put a saw back together. That's the goal. And I tend to chatter on, so... When I was a kid, I stepped on a charcoal briquette that had fallen out of the fire. Yeah, buddy! Okay, you say you did that when you were a kid. When I was about, I don't know, it was just before Christmas. So 6 months ago, I was welding one of the bumpers, and I hope you can't sense where this is going. It's going to take a little turn. I had cut off the end of the 3/8 inch round stock that I use to generally make the bumpers out of. And the piece fell on the ground. And over there on the ground, I have those anti-fatigue mats, that like 15 millimeter thick foam. And it had kind of burned its way down. It had sunk into the foam, right? I didn't see it. I stepped on it. Right? Okay, so for your mind, this is not a thing. This is my big toe, because I don't want to put my foot up on the bench. And you know how you have that little spot that never touches the ground? You got toe and foot, and there's that really baby soft part right there. That metal piece went and melted right into my flesh. And the blister turned green and then black. And I thought, oh, I've disfigured myself. I'm going to walk funny now. And then it like scabbed over and the scab fell off, and you can never tell that I stepped on anything. No scar, no nothing. All I can guess is that it was heat to a point where we got the old Star Wars self-cauterizing wound. No blood, no nothing, and it is as never was. So of all the things that I've done, dumb or otherwise, that one's not too bad, honestly. And look at that. We're already to page 11. And what a mess we have created. And wait, what do they keep doing? Like, they've had us get all the parts out for the drive shafts, but we're not talking about those right now. I don't even know what that is. Oh, these are the 2 wrenches that they give you to assemble the vehicle. And some gear grease in there. And then we've got all this. We're not dealing with that yet. Definitely, there's some old school vibe here, because things are a lot more IKEA now. Ooh, it moved again. My 70-year-old dad just got 50 stitches from one of his nitroplanes. I think the most I've ever gotten is in like the 20s. I think all told, I have gotten, I don't know how long they stay. Most of them dissolve now. I've gotten well over 100 stitches in my head. So if you guys were ever wondering, if you ever wanted to speculate, why is he like that? Most of the major blows I've taken have always been to my head. That you roll the screws on and they drop through the holes into separate boxes. Oh, God, I wish. Mr. Jordan, I wish. Jordan Kennedy says, I'm diabetic. I burnt my big toe off and didn't realize until the next morning. What? Wow. So, what? Yeah, I know, but like, he said off. He said in all caps, he burnt his big toe off. That dude's got 9 toes. Better late than never. Wisconsin checking in. Whoop, whoop. Oh, Leadfoot heading off to bed. You're going to have dreams of all the times that you've injured yourself. When I was a kid at boarding school, my dorm friends thought it would be really funny to pour aftershave on my foot and set it alight while I slept. Good God. They have a different term for that nowadays. It's called crime. Yeah, in the 80s, all the way up through the 90s, that's just hazing. Nowadays, that is called a crime. I don't want to make fun of you, but the way you tell this kind of story makes me laugh so much. That's the point. That's the whole deal. If we can't make fun, if we cannot make light of all the things that have happened to us, of all the embedded traumas that we have from either our own actions or our inactions or the inactions and actions of others, then what are we doing? Oh, there's a lot of, look at that. It's like a part of an old boat. Look at the rust patina that's forming. Like, that's sealed plastic. How would any moisture have gotten in there? Oh, look at that. We work to get that kind of patina. That's the real Dina patina. I love the yellow gold in there from the rust on that plastic. This thing's great. I love this thing already. I had 31 stitches in my ankle last year. Nope. I can send pictures on this. Yes, you can absolutely send pictures on Instagram. What's a little crime between friends? Kids are so soft these days. You can't even light anybody on fire anymore. I mean, I definitely come from the generation and era of BB gun wars, so yeah, what's a little fire between friends? Okay, that, I'm going to guess, goes like this. This is definitely one of those instances where we're definitely going back. We're on the Wayback Machine putting the Sawback together. And this is a situation where I think it's pretty much, it's almost acceptable to have plastic gears in your gearbox if, like, your main gear is enormous. Look at the pitch. Straight cut, 32 pitch. Humongous. You're not going to strip this out. Like, you're going to break something else before you break that. And this is an instance where we don't want to use this, because this is petroleum based, and plastic gears over a long enough time won't like it. So I'm going to have to find a stick. No, we're going to use a screwdriver. There we go. This is the correct application tool for grease. We're going to get some grease. But what we're going to do is, I shouldn't have scooped that out so dramatically early on. We don't need it yet. I need to put the I need to put the counter 21 millimeter. Oh, they've done it again. Let's go into the Gmade hole, shall you? 21 millimeter counter gear shaft. 23 millimeter counter gear shaft. Gmade, what are we doing? How about 22 millimeter shaft for both of them? Just spitballing here. There we go. Okay, so the back one, the 3915 counter gear, I think that's this one. Oh, to the unasked question, but if anybody was wondering, I can just show you. Show don't tell. That's what they say in the industry. The drawings are to scale. Nice. Nice. One more time. Nice. Ugh. Is that looking redder? Does anybody think that's looking redder? It's not. That doesn't feel hot yet. It's fine. We just shaved a little bit of skin off. I wasn't using that skin anyway. Put this in here. So this is technically not a 3-gear gearbox, because it has 3 gears in it, but 2 of them are like what I call hat type gears. Does not make this a 5-gear? Is it a 5-gear? And I believe somebody mentioned grease. Did I see grease just a minute? It almost looks like. My dad was riding his bike through an intersection in Guatemala and got hit by a full-size school bus. And he slid across the whole intersection. So he got the road seasoning on him. I've done it to myself a little. The road rash is amazing, because was that the 21 millimeter shaft or the 20? Oh, I didn't pay attention. Road rash is amazing, because I've had so many times going down on a bike where there's no marks on the clothing, but like my leg got hamburgered. Yeah, I got that one right. So the 23 goes in this hole. And then this goes like that. Okay. We'll grease. I need more grease. I got to reach across camera. That's a non-opportune place for that. Someone in the stream a couple weeks ago mentioned the Sigma 16 millimeter, and now I'm filled with regret. There was a dead fly in the grease. Someone mentioned the Sigma 16 millimeter, and I love the appearance and the crispness and the clarity of this guy, but I should have gotten the 16, because I couldn't have gotten in tighter. Like, the camera is way back here, and that's over there. The 22 just can't get close enough. I should have known that bearing fell out. You never know. You never know when you'll get hit by a bus. Ain't that the truth? Okay, I don't have another one of those bearings. I'm going to crawl around on the ground until I find it. Oh, no. Oh, come on.
Get the magnet stick.
Oh, come on, Gmade. Make something fit tight. Just one thing. Okay. That's gone. That's another bearing gone. And that is ball bearing 850. It has no name on it. It has no size on it. Okay. They look like 6x9x3s. Please let them be 6x9x3s. They're not.
Where do you hide your telescoping magnet?
It doesn't matter. The telescoping magnet is dead from heat. Okay, so we're short a bearing for this gearbox now. No matter what, because... Wait. Nope. I found the other bearing. But I didn't find the one that needs to go in the gearbox. I do have... Oh, hello. Okay, maybe don't do that. I stuck my finger in a hole in the floor to try to pull a bearing out of it, and 2 legs came up out of the hole. So maybe we'll use tweezers. So, okay, now look at all the extra ones of these we've got now. But the other one of these, this one goes here. Those are the tiniest bearings. The other one is absolutely gone. Nope. It just stuck to the bottom of my foot. Yeah. If I had shoes on right now, we wouldn't have found that. So this victory brought to us by bare feet. This gearbox is wild. Oh my God. I got to do it again. You're all coming with me, whether you wanted to or not. Okay. Right? We're at about 15.3 on that side. 17.3 on that side. Just because we're going to make one side of the diff output 2 millimeters longer than the others because we hate you. That's the only presumption I can make. Okay. So this goes like this. We got to keep the 18 millimeter to that side. We got to smear our gross grease on here. Oh, I missed the grease question. Did I miss? Wait, 30 screws. Any further thoughts on the non-crawler crawler? Make a crawler entirely out of those things. You're going to have to elaborate more on the non-crawler crawler. Like, oh, you mean like using like slash parts and stuff? Yeah, it's still there. It's constantly idling on the back burner. It's like looking for something to like that mental breakthrough where you're like, that's what I need to do. And then I need to do that thing. Okay, this is not what this is not the direction I anticipated that this was going to go. I've got about 30 screws holding my leg and knee together from my getting hit by a car on my bicycle. Yeah, I often tell people that I'm not a religious person, but I have faith because I rode 58,000 miles on a bicycle, and the entire time I could have been killed by a car at any moment. So if that's not faith, I don't know what it is. I like cheap, stiff brushes for applying grease like you'd use for flux. Yeah, like those guys right there. Yeah. You know what works pretty good, though? Screwdriver. And here's why. So we've greased that, and then we've got this disgusting thing right here. And then you go like this. The problem with the flux brushes is I never know what to do with them. So I just go like this. Boom. Fixed. Done. Never doubt a screwdriver. I missed the grease question. I don't remember what it was. Is there any problem with plastic gears and lithium-based grease? No. Lithium-based grease is what you want to use on plastic gears. My first crawler was a Wild Dagger converted to 4-wheel steer and diffs filled with silly putty. Sounds good. Somebody doesn't like CVDs? Think I missed something? If your lathe part is coming off that hot, you're doing it wrong. Oh, no, that wasn't a lathe that it was that hot. I had welded the part and I left the tube bar of the bumper long, so I was cutting it off with a hacksaw. So the part was already heated to whatever heat, and then I cut it off. Did I cut it off with a hacksaw or an angle grinder? I might have cut it off with an angle grinder and put even more heat into it. So yeah, that piece was like molten hot. My uncle sawed his thumb off with a handheld circular saw, had it sewn back on, but he killed it by wearing a rubber glove for a day. They left the dead tip on for 6 weeks. That's amazing. That's like, you go, no, that doesn't happen. That can't be a thing. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. All right, where's the motor plate? All right, props on the motor plate being metal. But let me share you something with you guys. So we're going back in the crates here, the Sawback. Before I get into this, lithium grease works good for plastic and CV grease for metal. Yeah. The lithium one, yeah, you can use, if you're using red and tacky, Mobile One synthetic, most greases, if you buy most any grease, they are going to be lithium based and not petroleum based. CV joint grease has the highest molybdenum amount that you can get in it. There's also synthetic brake and caliper grease, which is pretty high, but not as high. I like moly in the grease because it lasts longer. With the plastic gears, the grease itself will kind of impregnate the gears a little bit. It will get in there and they will kind of commingle, so you won't have to re-grease them. When you use something like red and tacky on metal gears, and I learned this from like TRX4 Portal gears, you go back in and look in a month or two and there's like a red tint, but there's no grease left on the exterior of the Portal gears. When you get into gears that have this stuff, the CV joint grease, they are unbelievably greasy when you pull stuff apart months later. Yeah, Lucas Marine, definitely lithium based. I have a couple tubes of lithium marine grease here. We don't have a lot of problems with water. This is where Axial learned their game. 16, 8, 12, and 320s. Presumably, because I can't even tell where that 8 is going, honestly. Okay, now, will we be able to lower this half onto that half with this? No, the answer is definitely no. That bearing fell out immediately, so we're just going to do that. And again, no, maybe they don't trust it, but there is no threading into plastic at all. This is surprisingly large. This is far larger than I anticipated the gearbox coming out. That's the 12. Oh my God. We are definitely into something at this point. I think some of these are not lock nuts. No, none of these are lock nuts. These are all just M3 nuts. Putting the gearbox together. So and nothing stays. You have to hold the lock nut in place. Turn it. So that's a 12. And then that's got to be really long. Where's the 8 go? Oh, the 8 goes over there. I had the gearbox flipped around backwards. Red Z. Yeah, okay, I already read that. Why? Why a Gmade Y is very much in the spirit of Y Axial Y, the rift cage with every length imaginable. And that one is a, can't even tell, can't even see it. That's the 16. That is not clear. That is not clear. I'm starting to learn the Gmade way at this point. Boy, howdy. If you have to take this gearbox apart for any reason to service anything on the inside, You are not going to be happy that day. Surprisingly large is definitely a left-handed compliment. I mean, it really is. Because this is as big or possibly bigger than a typical 3-gear. It's flatter. It's very flat. Oh, let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. There is some reduction in this bad dog. Let's get that red and tacky moving around. I couldn't even get the gear to go. Yeah, and, you know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with plastic gears so long as the plastic gears are done right. You beef those plastic gears out, you can absolutely have plastic gears. And then these are 20s. And 20s are something I get in great number from McMaster, so those I know I've got. So I've mentioned an obsession with the rings on the watch. So the red just closed for today. Is that going to focus? That is 1,500 move goals. You've reached your daily move goal for the 1,500th time. I mean, some obsessions are better than others because presumably they're going to help keep me alive longer. But that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, Shaker MT is in the house. We're going to guess he's someplace east of the Rocky Mountains. That's what I'm going to guess. Because I can't imagine him stopping at 2 p.m. over here. We don't know. He'll let us know where he at. It's interesting. It is, if nothing else, the GS01. That is what this is, right? I'm getting that right? GS01? The GS01 gearbox is definitely interesting. There's the cover you take off. So no slipper. No slipper. The pinion drives directly onto, so it's spur gear / hat gear. These are what they call decisions. Jordan Kennedy says, I blew out the plastic gears in my Wendigo. I'm not surprised. That no one is surprised. So is that these big things? Locked. Do not lock to let roller roll free. Okay. All right. Now we're getting into the good stuff. So when we're putting the center chassis plate together, it has rollers on it. To which I say, are these like rollers? So the chassis rolls on the ground? Because if so, why don't we all have that? Where's the rollers at? Where are my rollers at? But we are definitely taking parts off sprue trees sporadically. Look at, and I can't wait. Those are like 10-inch zip ties. I think that's a bumper. There's a chassis. Yeah, looks about right. 3x20s again. Lock nuts that go into the little embedment holes here. Yeah, I'm going to do these one at a time. Otherwise, this is going to get real frustrating real fast. I'm headed to my side job to pay for my IC obsession. I started at 5 a.m. and did a short 530-mile day. In Wisconsin for the night, then it'll be Utah, then Nevada, then NorCal. That's more places than I go in a year. So this chassis's got rollers on it. We got people going to bed already? That's early to bed. This build and working on the twins this week. And what else was I doing? I did something else. It escapes me now. They are definitely going to prompt a Wyoming. Did I say Wisconsin? I saw WY. I know that's Wyoming. There's no Y in Wisconsin. Now I need to fan. Oh. When I knocked the fan, it wasn't aiming at me anymore. I'm starting to get hot. The best part about live streaming right now on this Friday is that there's painting that I should be doing, but I don't have to do it because I'm live streaming. And I don't need an excuse not to paint, but it helps. The number of bodies that need to be painted is double digits still. Why Wisconsin? So there is a Y in Wisconsin. I have family that was all from that area, Chicagoland area, and you know, where all the Scandinavians ended up. And we always, because, you know, Wisconsin and Minnesota, and we always said, you know, those, we made a little mine cart. That's fun. I don't know why these have rollers on them, but you know what? Why not? 3x10s. Oh. So, I mean, I wasn't going to anticipate anything different. You got to put the captive nuts inside the little slots and then put the screws up through the bottom. So really, it's just the first one. It's just getting that first one in and then mounted, because usually as soon as you move this at all, the nut just falls out. And then we go like this. I thought all these Jeeps were really flat in the center. And with how tall this gearbox is, I'm looking at the body. Is the gearbox really super forward? I did zero research. And I don't think anyone would anticipate that I would do it any other way. Now we have to tweezer insert the rest of them. You're going to use those... people talking about the Yoda axis. Colorado is the furthest east I have ever been. Wow. I've been to every state west of the Mississippi, plus New Jersey and the District of Columbia. I went to Washington, D.C. straight out of high school on a trip and did all of the touristy things and walked so many miles on the mall. And it was very hot. But it was very hot-ish. But I'm kind of used to it because I live in the desert. So it wasn't too bad. One of my biggest memories was that walking on the mall, I was headed to a museum. Which one? I don't recall. And a lady stopped me on the mall and said, "Oh, this will be a fun one to add to you guys' list." A lady walked up to me and she looked at me, and this is a funnier joke to people who know me and have seen me, but she said, "Excuse me, sir, do you speak English?" And I believe my word for word response to her was, "Ma'am, that's the only language I speak." So I don't know what language she thought I might speak. But I mean, it is a multinational place. There's a lot of tourists out there. I could have been anyone. If you had to guess, how much money do you think you have in the canyon? Stone, rock, and cement. Well, really, the only one that we would be looking at would be amount spent on cement, on Portland plastic, deliveries from Lowe's in terms of that stuff, because any of the raw material, I'm going to sit down for a second. Any of the raw materials, like rocks, chunks of concrete, stuff like that, I don't have to buy any of that. I am very privileged in that way because I have a guy next to me that's just, he helps other people throw that stuff away, so I get that away for free. Now, I would say in terms of 90-pound sack, bags of Quikrete, in total, I have probably bought about 200 bags of 90-pound equivalent, 90-pound bags of premix of Quikrete. And then in terms of plastic, cement, and mortar, probably 30 bags of Portland and or plastic, and probably around the same in mortar, about 30 bags there. Throw in the other stuff, like if we wanted to factor in the posts for the lighting, stuff like that. I would honestly say like $2,000 is what's back there in terms of the course. Now, there was overflow from when we had a big Go Fast course back there. So anything pipe-wise, the big 12-inch stakes that I use to make the signs out of now, we had hundreds of those stakes. So that was all sunk cost from years ago. And I don't factor that because I didn't buy it to do this. Like all the posts were already here. I only had to buy 3. I've bought 3 posts for that. Basically, the bin shed and surrounding area cost almost as much as I've put into the canyon total over the course of coming up on 3 years now. Parlez-vous français? Yeah, but me and French. Speaking of me and French, oh yeah. Speaking of me and French and the guy from Spain, you're going to have to get me your address from Instagram, through Instagram or whatever. I told you that I was going to send you 2362s because you can't get them, and you're going to get them whether you like it or not. I'll find out where you live and I'll send them to your house. So I'm going to send those things over there because it's a crime that he told me he has to spend $10 a pack for those. And what I just held up, this is $10. They're $2.50 each. And 2 of them, that'll rebuild a set, and that'll rebuild a set. So, there you go. Something about CVDs. Amazon aluminum Capra axles. I have been very tempted, but I have not. The only what I would call Amazon we've done a number of sets. Like the Mias axles, I consider not to just be straight Amazon axles. The axles that are on Ghost Rover are the HD44s, which you can now get on Amazon for about $80. Those are fine. You have to shim the diffs, but other than that, they're fine. I'm gonna try not to mush too much stuff, but I could have sworn one went by and said, "What is the size of the Spider compared to?" What did they say? What is the Spider compared to something else? How does the Spider compare scale-wise to the Emo X? That was Shaker MT. I can show you right now. Where are you, Spider? It's another one of those instances where I believe that in the past, I set down a Jimny. No. I set a Yoda, a Marlin down next to the Scottsdale. And the Scottsdale is bigger, but a big K10, K105, whatever it is, a big Chevy pickup is bigger than a 1985 Toyota. So you've got the guy that barely fits in the frame, the Emo X, and then you've got the Spider. And here's the thing. They're really close scale-wise. The XJ is bigger because it would be my understanding that in the real world, this is bigger than this. But I think if this had a full interior or an open interior like this does, you would put a 7-inch figure in there and you would put a 7-inch figure in there. So I think scale-wise, they're pretty much the same scale. And someone said that this guy would probably look a little more realisticer, like on that. I don't disagree. The problem is, those 1905s are great. They work so good on this, but not really a problem to try those on there. But yeah, they also, I think these would also go pretty good on here as well. I don't know what tire would be the optimum tire for the Emo, because it needs at least a 5 1/4, maybe up to like a 5.4, but I think a bogger would be too skinny. Like it needs a tire that's appropriately big. Beef. It needs beef. Yeah, I love this color. It's one of my new favorites now. And this thing, if you were going to trail, and I don't mean it as a pejorative term, I don't mean it as a bad thing. I just think that the amount of work that you would have to do to make this into like an absolute pure crawler, it's not worth doing. It's not. Because you would be taking away from what it is, and what it is awesome. If Mr. Cross is still there in the thing, he had sent me a winch. It's here on the bench, right here. He sent me a winch, and when he ordered it off AliExpress and we took it out of the package, we were like, that winch is immense. It's not immense compared to this. So if you're wondering where that winch is going, it's going to go right on there. And I'm going to do everything I can to see if I can hook it up on there. This thing has steel winch line. That's how big this winch is. Steel winch line. So yeah, we're gonna pop that winch on there, because I think it's pretty much the exact size of the fake winch that's on the bumper. What motor or ESC do you recommend for the Emo X? I was just trying it this morning on a cool 9030 because I just wanted to see it. But it I know it's money, right? Although everything is different to everyone. This thing to me hollers what's in the TRX6, the Axe V2 550, or maybe one of the 540Ls, but I would really think Axe V2, the 3300, geared all the way. This thing comes stock on a 21 tooth pinion. What? I would put the smallest pinion I could put and put an Axe V2 3300 in here, and it would be so smooth and an amount of torque that you could drag brake it on that. And then honestly, wheels and tires, like I would take the sand ladders off the roof because I don't like the look of them cosmetically, but they are great to pick the rig up from. I just use them as handles. And this thing is huge, and it looks so good. It looks so good. I do need to hit it with the plastic cleaner to get where the stickers that said Cougar. It shouldn't say Cougar on the side. It is genuinely fun to drive, but then I try to make it do real hardcore rock crawler things. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it, and I don't like it. So, yeah. The stock shocks feel good. It's a shame that the stock tires were garbage, because other than that, that thing's pretty great. Yeah, HVOTO3, I agree. I usually picks up rigs from the axle until you try to pick that thing up. You have to reach all the way up under it to try to get to the axle. It's so huge. It's unbelievably big. The wheelbase is 355? 355 or 365. It's huge. Mr. Saxon says, another good one is to have a splinter snap off under your thumbnail. Or any finger, really. I tend to get them in these too. Like, I'm going to grab something like that, and the finger goes right up under the index fingernail, and you give yourself the bamboo finger treatment. If I haven't related it to you before, I'll do now. And if I have before, I do apologize. But when I was in woodshop in college, a gentleman was across the bench from me. He built downhill skateboards, the big, super long, like 5 foot long skateboards with the big old trucks and the giant tires, and they would go really fast downhill. And we were talking about stuff, and somebody had brought in a couple sheets of oak plywood because they were going to do something with it. So our benches are bench, and there was a big glue table in the middle, covered in glue, bunch of clamp racks. There were 2 sheets of oak, 4x8 sheets of oak plywood leaning up against it. He comes out and he's walking and he goes like this as he's walking and he puts his arm like that. And without even noticing, his arm ran along the side, the very edge of that piece of plywood. And then he went, and he pulled his arm like that. And a splinter, it was this arm, but I will show you on this arm because I can show it to camera. A splinter went into his arm right about there, and it ended right about there. And at the point of it, it was a splinter. And where it broke off, flip it the other way. Where it broke off, it was about 3/4 of an inch wide. And the splinter was at the end, at the fat part. It was about the thickness of a popsicle stick. And his hand was like this. He couldn't do this because it moves all that stuff. All the muscles actually in the forearm. So his hand was like this. And they had to cut it and pull it out and then suture him all back together. It was pretty awesome. It was pretty awesome. It was definitely the biggest splinter I've ever seen. Like, if it's like 10 inches long, is that a splinter? Or did he just get like a stick? Was that a stick? When does it, like, it's a nail up to a certain size and then it's a spike? At a certain point, is it not a splinter anymore? And then it's just like a piece of wood. He had a piece of wood in his forearm. Yeah, the Horror Storytime live stream. Yeah, we got plenty. I could tell you, man, I took woodshop in a college and I watched a great many terrible things happen to people. Because if you are careless around woodworking equipment, that woodworking equipment will charge you a fee and you will pay that toll. I saw broken noses, black eyes, trails of blood on the floor, you name it. If you neglect, what do we do if somebody attacks with a pointed stick? If you just take your mind off of it. Injora 35, Red Spider 35, another 35, Tekin 35. I don't like those broods. Hakmoto 35. Why do I have so many 35 turn motors? I don't think this is all of them. Let's go with, we'll let this guy be the test. Let this guy be the test donkey for the Red Spider Tuned Machine 35. The 35 turns are going to get shuffled around at some point because when the twins are up and running, I am going to do a bunch of 35 turns against each other because, like, I want to know. Are all of these Amazon and AliExpress 35 turn motors, is it just the same motor with a different sticker on the outside? I suspect probably. 12-tooth pinion gear on the 32 pitch, and it does not have a set screw in it. Somewhere in these piles of hardware is a set screw. Do you think I'm going to look for it? Your answer was you're looking for it right now, then you're technically correct. There's some set screws on the bench. If these are the same size, these are what's getting used. UPS just dropped 1,000 crickets off. Why? Do you own a lot of? Do you have a reptile house? No. No. This is an all aluminum pinion. If I have a 32 pitch 12 tooth, there's no chance I'm putting, there's a 13. I would rather an 11 if I can't find a 12. I think that's a 9. That looks like an 11. That's a 10. I don't want to put, that's too big. I don't want to put an all aluminum gear in here. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, I got a bunch of 13s. Like a lot. I have a lot of 13. Oh, right. Axial. Chameleons. There you go. My wife loves chameleons. Yeah, I do not want to put an all aluminum. You have a set screw box. Of course. This particular gear has probably red thread lock on the set screw, so I just don't want to deal with it. I have so many of these axial pinions. So many. Huh? Fire. We're gonna try to get this pinion mesh set. Turtles eat fish, I thought. Turtles do eat lots of things. Okay, what do they want? 3x10 round screw with 3mm washers. No! No! If we have a short enough washer heads, we're going to use those. I might have used the last of them. I think these will work. Yeah, those will work. Those will work. We're going to do this by hand so we don't mess anything up. Our neighbor in college has horned lizards. We always had crickets in our apartments. Yeah, I mean, one would say better than roaches, but roaches are just quiet. Just mind their own business. I had, in my reptilian history, I had a time where I had a tokay gecko, which I'm not a person that returns things, but I returned my tokay gecko to the pet store because I had no idea. I had no idea what a tokay gecko did or was capable of. It has like the largest bite force relative to size of any reptile, and it's the only lizard that can vocalize. So they go ha ha ha, and they can climb any surface made or known of by man. They walk straight up glass. They go across the ceiling. They are mean as hell. All they want to do is escape. Ours escaped the little terrarium that he was in about a dozen times. And then when you tried to catch him, you had to put heavy leather gloves on. Because if he bit down on you, I tried to equate it as imagine if somebody grabbed your hand with a pair of vice grips. That's what it feels like when that damn lizard would bite down on you. And he was just mean, and there was nothing redeeming about him at all. He was just mean. I was like, I'm not going to deal with your meanness. Oh, look at this. Yeah, here's the thing I like to do. I like to be extra distracted, and you guys facilitate that. Thank you. I had a tokay gecko, complete asshole, drew blood all the time. Yeah, that sounds about right. He's just mean as hell. Like, you would just be like, hey, what's going on, buddy? And he would, like, leap out and bite you. He was like the yellow jacket of lizards. So they give you on a 9-tooth, 57 to 1. I like that. We're on a 13, so that's 40 to 1. That's a little low. I would prefer to put like an 11 in it, probably get in that like 46 to 1 area. But I grabbed what I had. So there's no saying that this will be the gearing. This is the gearing for now. And I don't like gear cover type things, but this with the quarter turn and then you pop it off, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It's a nice little compact thing. It seems like it's in the middle. I don't understand how that is going to... Oh! Never mind. Look at that. Never mind. Good. Good on ya, Gmade. Oh, no, I closed the manual. We are on step 18, page 14. We've got to assemble, never use grease and thread lock. What does that mean? Oh, okay. We're assembling the universals, and they say don't use thread lock on the universals, or apparently they'll probably seize together. We're going to cut another bag open. We're going to see how many parts we actually use out of this bag. This bench is going to be an absolute mess. Listen, Mr. Rombo, with coming down and talking to us down from old Scandinavia. If you're doing actual crawling thing, that is a fully acceptable excuse for not watching the internet crawling thing. And I'll stand by that. We're all here together as a group because we would crawl together. Oh, if but we could make two. Okay. You joint. And they just want you to cram this in with a pair of needle nose pliers. The instructions actually say just grab that ball and just crank it in. We don't have to do that because here in the drawer we have items of days gone by. Ba-ba. Every Traxxas vehicle came with these, and I don't think most people knew what they were for. It is to go like this. You get under there, and you go like this, and look at that. Grab it with pliers. So shouldn't I actually have to make 4 and not 2? But I mean, it is a tool that you use for pretty much one function. But man, when you have to perform that one function, nothing is as good as the tool for the job. It's just like I just had to do the shocks. I was building no cranking of balls. I had to build the shocks for the twins, which are the RC Lions fake Dravtex. And nobody likes building shocks. We all know it's a thing that we just do because we have to. And when you have to sit down and do 8 of them at once, woof. It will grind you down. It will grind you down. And the tool gets to go back into its little spot. Drive shaft tool. Okay, U-joint. Universal shaft. Then we put a pin through and such. Okay, yeah. Seems reasonable. Seems reasonable. What are these? Crossbow set screw pin. Oh, okay. Wow, look at the length of those set screw pins. Those are not messing around. They're not messing around over at Gmade. Pretty sure grabbing balls with pliers is forbidden by the Geneva Convention. Do you mean the Geneva checklist? Poland and Canada keep asking about the checklist. Ooh, these are little finicky little boys. I can do this. I got it. I got this. This is the part I think you need pliers for. I'm going to grab some pliers. They don't show pliers, but I can't get this thing to go together. I can't get the pin all the way through both halves. So we're going to try this. Yeah, yeah. That's the part we need pliers for. And then we go like that. Yeah, this is the usual thing. I always wonder on these why they don't just go for the just 4-way ball guy instead of doing the set screw with the pin through. Big bore. What do you use for big bore pillow balls and crawlers? I either do the deluxe ones or a piece of fuel tubing, or you take it comes with that little stepped hat that, I'm doing it again. I got a whole drawer right here. The third option is they all come with these little stepped hat. I take this little hat, I chuck it up in the lathe, and I take a skew tool and I go zip, zip, and I make this into kind of like a diamond shape, and then it will rock. The deluxe ones are the best because they make it to Vanquish length. If you're putting them on a Phoenix, just buy the deluxe ones. That's the only way to do it. Less shims, nothing to fall out. Those are nice. But I do whatever I do on the day. I don't think I have a preset. Well, I'm going to do it this way type of thing. Whatever feels good. But yeah, the deluxe ones are definitely the nicest, unquestionably. Is there anything that you don't have a drawer of? I don't know. I hope not. Don't make me start pulling out obscure drawers. Yeah, and I can tell you the deluxe ones, here we go again. So the deluxe ones are what I run in Argenum. Like there they are right down there. They're perfect. They're absolutely perfect. And I ran his shocks right side up for all of the time, and this is what allowed me to run his shocks upside down. Was the deluxe ones. So good. So good. So I mean, would you be surprised to find that this is the 48 pitch pinion drawer? And then of course there's 32 pitch in 3mm and 5mm, and the Mod 1 pinion drawer. It's not just about a pinion drawer, it's about a drawer for each type of pinion. Oh, and there's also, don't forget, I've got Mod 06. Yes, I've got Mod 06 as well. But I try to phase Mod 06 out in any situation that I am able to do so. I don't like having them. I don't see the third set screw. Perhaps it rolled away. Just grab a spare Klystron from your drunk drawer. Yes. TRA 8361 to the Fortec and Bandit tops. I'll have to check Deluxe ones, see if I need more shackling. Yeah, you can also, I mean, there's many folk have, it rolled away, didn't it? Nope, there it is. These are legit as well. You got to give props to Gmade on this. I don't think this lens is going to have the capability to pull in this tight. If you can see the tip of that set screw, it has teeth. So that's why they don't want you to use anything on the pin. Because when you put these in, it actually bites down into the cross pin. So they're like locking. The cross pin has a flat section. So again, with the Gmade, how very Gmade. Some of this stuff is so thought out, and then some of the stuff is like, let's just go bonkers, man. Craziest pieces we can think of. I have no worries of that ever backing out. How are your Alley Rhino crawler stuff holding up over time? I haven't had a single problem with any V40s or V80s, and I've never had an outrunner motor of any kind give me a problem at all. Talking about rear shock position, can I run the shocks inside the chassis? Absolutely. As long as they don't hit anything, you can run them wherever you want. What's the one I'm thinking of? Gmade. On the Spider, you notice the rear end was way out wide. The rails were like that far apart. That's because the cantilever kit from Gmade runs the shocks inside the chassis rails. One of the GSO-02, you can look up the GSO-2s on the Gmade site that comes fitted. I think it's the one that has the flat, like a ute bed on it. You can see what the cantilever looks like inside the rails. That's why they make their chassis rails so wide. Are there any speaking of, are there any cantilever suspension trucks at the Canyon? No, but not forever. There will be. We're gonna figure it out. Even if I have to build up a cantilever setup myself from scratch, I'm gonna do it because I like the idea. Those are done, and they want you to put this on the manual wrench. They can get right on out of here. They can get right on out of here with that. All right, there's the motor. It's the wheels. Every time I pick it up, I hear like jangling. I'm like, what's the jangling? It's normal. It's normal. These are pretty serious on the drive shafts. Further away from the tire, the less effective the shock is. That seems like something I would want to test. But how would I test it? Well, it's in my head now. A shock, from what I understand, this is the depth and breadth of my understanding. Leaning a shock inward is the same as leaning it forward or backward. The vehicle, ooh, that's got some resistance. That should drag real nice. So let's take an axle like this. Let's grab a chalk. So if the shock is on here and it's running straight up and down, like maybe we see on many scalers, running the shock angled back like this, there's a chart that shows where, like, what the effective reduction of the rate is. Now, if this was the rear axle and you brought the shock off the back of the rear axle like this, that degree, it's the same thing. The suspension doesn't see it as any different. At least that's what the calculators say. So if it's leaning 40 degrees forward or leaning 40 degrees backward, it's the same. And if they're leaning in this way as well, apparently the geometry doesn't know any different. Any direction it's leaning in this invisible circle right here, the angle is the angle. If it's 20 degrees this way and 20 degrees that way, it's the same thing. It seems counterintuitive to me because I don't claim to know everything about it. But whenever you put it in a calculator, that's what it comes out as. Only moderators can post a link in chat. If I had any idea how to make someone a moderator, I would do it. But I have no clue how most of this stuff is working. Like, again, watching the Harpist, watching her live stream, she has at least 2 moderators in the chat because they're blocking and banning people all day. We have a much more mellow group of folks here. We don't have to ban or do anything to anyone. And that's the way we like it. Okay. Oof. This is a lot. This is a lot. So we're getting into the leaf mounts, and it's spacers and nuts all the way down. It's spacers everywhere. And of course a 12 here and 16s there, and the hangers, and then you got to get the hangers just oriented right over the C channel. I'm going to try to mess this up as many ways as possible. Okay, I think it's these big boys right here. Nope. GSO1. What do they look like? Oh, there's only 2. It's these. The same things that spaced up the servo. Please say they're the same things that spaced up the servo. You know, if you're leafing back through the instructions, you did it right. GSO1. Oh, thank God. I didn't want to have to go take that off. I would have, but I didn't want to. I need to... Okay. It took me... It had to be a full year and a half. Leaf mount hanger B. It took me a year and a half before I stopped just using a phone to record everything on. And I don't regret it. I love using the cameras. If not using the cameras, I probably never would have gotten to do live streaming. The external microphones. It's all an added part of the hobby for me. I'm going to figure out how how all of this works. OBS, which is the software, I'm using about 10% of the capability of the software. And I know that there's things called scenes. I could say, oh, let me show you something and bring up a little window with like video playing. I don't know how to do it yet, but someday I will. Someday I will. Now, how about the shock oil? Does that behave different as well? No, oil is independent. Oil and no. Now, if you were driving a vehicle that flies high in the air and comes down and lands on the ground, yeah, all of that stuff is taken into consideration. And that's why when you see on Go Fast things, the shocks are not exclusively, but most of the time they are straight up and down because we are working with them linearly. Because when you land, You get that multiplication from the suspension, the geometry. Setting up things to jump is hard. Setting up things to rock crawl is not hard. That's the link for the screw sorter. Oh, sweet. Shock oil is shock oil, but the mechanical advantage would change in a similar way, right? You're damping, like I think the root of the question is, if you have a 2-pound spring and you're running 300 CST, but then you lean that shock over at 45 degrees, so now it's like a 1.4 pound spring, will it be over damped? In my experience, no. It'll still be fine. Because the damping, and this could just me talking out of, what did Kate McKinnon call it? Just talking out of the bottom. This could be coming out of my bottom entirely. I think that the damping is for the spring, is for the spring's rate, not its effective rate. Because angling it over doesn't change the rate of the spring. It's still a 2-pound spring. So when the spring is pushing back against the damper, the oil still sees a 2-pound spring. The rig sees a 1.4 pound. Could be wrong, but that's how I perceive it. And that's how I set up rigs. And it's been working. It's been working. So I can't be completely wrong. I could be wrong a little. Ba-ba! Look at, wow. Who doesn't want chrome frame rails? Chrome. Straight from the future, where everything is shiny and chrome. Okay, that is the front. 3x16s. Let's go ahead and get those out. The screws are these two. And then it goes over the rail and... Whoa. Hanger mount B, hanger mount A, leaf spring hanger. Shackle bracket in the front is a single with an M312. Okay. All right. It doesn't look too bad. I feel like this is going to be like 1-1 suspension where I have to ponder and figure it out. And then on the other side, I'm just going to slap them together because it's just doing the same thing a second time. It doesn't actually look too bad. And we're using up a fair chunk of our plastic spacers now. Chrome rails is at the level of red or purple carbon rails. Yeah. There's one chassis on Amazon that you can get in red carbon and blue carbon, and you can get the UA1 in a bunch of different colors of carbon, if memory serves. I want a color of carbon for the chassis that nobody does. I want like green carbon fiber or gold. Gold carbon fiber. Does that look right? Just like that. And then it goes, oh, this is going to be fun to stack, though. So shiny, like the big Oogie ball. Jerry was right there, man. This is, okay. I'm going to be fumbling in the background, and I'm going to attempt to drop as few parts as possible. Oh, we're building a sandwich right here. So I'm going to witness them shiny and chrome. Oh, how am I going to get that other part in there? How are you supposed to do this? If that laugh wasn't if that laugh wasn't maniacal enough, I'll work on it. This could well be the end of my sanity. So we have to get this through there. I'm going to try to do it one piece at a time and then see if I can't tweezer it together. I just want to get one of these installed so that people can get a real proper picture of the madness that Gmade is asking of us. Nope, already fell out. There's no way this... I mean, I'm going to do it, but there is no way that this is their expectation. I have to get one. I have to get one for the pure beauty of it. What I need is one of those pins that they use when they're building skyscrapers that align rivets together. This is absolutely mental. Nope, get through the hole. Get through the hole. Okay. Nope. Pull back, but not too far. Can't see. Can't see. I literally can't see what I'm doing. Okay, now if I use a wrench to align the things. Oh! Okay. And then we'll put a lock nut on it so that it can't fall apart. And then I think the secret to that was the spud wrench. Yeah. Like a crescent wrench with a big pick on the back of it. So I am using this pick as a 10th scale spud wrench. Oh, this is not Sparta. This is madness. Okay. 2 in. And we're going to put a lock nut on it. We're going to tighten these down. Why would you put a 16 on that? That's too long. Is it too long? It looks too long. I think that it must be this because a 14 would be too short. Yeah, there's only like 2 millimeters of thread hanging out. So a 14 wouldn't quite embed all the way through the nut. All right. So all of the off-screen fumbling was to get this guy on the chrome like that, right? Because to get it, you have to take the 2 screws, and they're going through this guy, and then this little thin guy goes between the hanger and the rail. And then inside the rail is this thick boy, and then the screws go all the way through and line up. So you have to get the screw to line up through that one and then through the rail, which is a C channel. So you can't even reach where that is in there. That is, yeah, just sticking all through the hole to align it. But getting this piece to stay there and not just fall out. It fell out half a dozen times. And again, if it's not monster mitts, maybe it's easier. Let me get now the front piece is just you drop this in here. Looks like it goes right there. Yep. And then you go like this. I think. Yeah, the front piece is just gravy. I'm glad I did the other one. Yeah. Not even trying. There's just a little spacer, and then this clicks down over the top. Easy peasy. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure it all out. No, see greasy fingers on my chrome, please. Oh, this chrome is gonna be gross. It's just grease it all up. Get it nice and greasy. Yeah, we're gonna have to detail this all the way down once it's put together. That's not too bad. And then look at this. We're building a leafer, dude. We're building a leafer, my dudes. This thing is gonna sit on rails. And then for the frame, all right. Oh, here's the rear. Same exact thing for the rear. Oh, okay, yeah. We just do the same thing. We do 4 of those. We do 4 of those. And then we're done. It's easy. Couldn't get easier. Okay, I do have a question, though. Okay, there's 2 of those. And there's a okay. I need 3 of those and 3 thicky boys. All right. We'll see. You know, we're gonna see how far we get. We're gonna see how far we get. Key of the live stream. I got no. My wife has a hair appointment at 4, so I got no rushes. I can go all night. You all go to bed. I'll still be here. I might as well just leave the camera running. I mean, I'll be here anyway. Is there no leaf shackle? There does not appear to be. These are both rigid. They don't move. So, I don't know. Wait. There's a shackle in the rear. There's a rear shackle. Oh, no. There's a shackle front and rear. Bonita Creek, I did not read far enough ahead. The shackle bolts to the bottom of the hanger. So they're both shackled. Yes. Yeah, because Leafs won't work without shackles, will they? I don't think they will. Let's see. Okay, we're going to try it with the awl this time to see if it's less mentally stressful. I don't know. I'm a woodworker. I need to make some sort of custom tool for mounting shackles. Yeah, they're shackles, yes. Yeah. We don't read ahead. It's not. Why would we read ahead? I will say this. Chrome be chroming. Everything is so slippery. Everything just slides off the chrome. I love these moments of long, unbroken silences because I'm using all the mental focus I have to stab myself in the finger with an awl, which I just did. I need an awl that is slightly blunted, please. Too blunt. I need an awl that is slightly blunted. We have definitely reduced the time required because I got that one through in what I would classify as a reasonable amount of time. The first one should always take the longest. 1 a.m. in Romania, we're losing that, gentlemen. That's fair, because there's no way I could stay up until 1 a.m. Not without preparation. I am exhausted by 9:30 at night. Now, in fairness to myself, those were the obstacle days. If I built an obstacle that day, I'm lucky to be up by 10:30. I made it to like 11 last night. That's late for me. Some of you are going to hit that right now. Or have. Dropped it. Missed my feet though. Didn't hit a single foot. All the way down. We will catch you in the. Almost dropped it again. Caught it. We will catch Mr. Rosu in the next one. We're always here. We never leave. Or at least we make an effort. Is it the same thing in the back? Same exact thing in the back? Yeah. Yeah. Or as that one guy once said, a yes, sir. But then where are the other 2 of those? Are they, because that is the thickness. GSO1 spacer, right? GSO1 axle parts tree spacer. I only had those 2. Are there loose ones in the bottom of the bag? No. What am I missing? I don't have... I need 2 more. Is it that? No. No, that's definitely the thing. Well, wait, hold on. I think those... Yep. Those are supposed to be these. For when you get it, I do not recommend... Well thought out. All right, so we do have to take something apart. The parts, the spacers for the shocks, the spacers, okay. The spacers under the servo are about 1 millimeter different in thickness from the spacers that go inside the frame rails. And they are right next to each other on the thing. And I put the wrong ones in the wrong place. So now I have to take the servo off. And I'm not putting it back on. Because now I've gotten Gmade. Checkmate Gmade. They got me this time. So we'll just keep taking stuff off. And it's fun to take apart because, as has been mentioned, everything is a lock nut. So I had a sneaking suspicion when I started to put it together initially, because the ends of the screws poked out of the lock nuts by 1 millimeter or so, and I was like, But we went with it because we weren't in a Gmade enough state of mind. And they're not like the same diameter as the little things that come off of the servo mount. So I didn't question it. And I should have questioned it. Because it needs spacers that are 1 millimeter taller. I also double suspected because the servo arm, the drag link had a little tiny bit of a kick to it. I was like, I think that's probably supposed to be more level. It's probably not level because I mounted a spacer that's 1 millimeter different from the other. Okay, now that can go back over there. That's as far as we're going with that. And now we should have 4 of these, but I see only 3. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm getting Gmade. Can you show JC the box for the sawback? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh. I put the box of motors in the sawback box and wondered why I couldn't pick it up. Sawback Sports Off-Road Adventure. Look at this. There we go. That's what I should have done for the thumbnail. Chrome. The receiver box looks like a little engine. Even the shock towers are chrome. It's from the future. Everything is shiny and chrome. Put the servo tree screws up through the bottom with the lock nuts above. Yeah. That way you can... Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I thought about that at the time, too, and then didn't do it. I have... Wait. Did I already mount one? No. So I need 3. All aboard. All aboard the crazy train. It's honestly, it's going together as well as would be expected, these guys, by these guys, Gmade, Cross, any of them, they all have more than their fair share of little peculiarities. People are trying to get a hold of me. No. That's a lot of chrome. Never enough chrome. You know what the body should be for this? Spaztics chrome. Mirror finish chrome from Spaztics. Let's just chrome. And then I'm guessing I was supposed to do it twice. Did it say do 2? No? Assemble the other right side in same. Ooh, chrome wheels? Oh, 100%. Those same ones that are on the Scottsdale. Those Injora chrome brass. Chrome don't get you home. This chrome will save you, man. Cybertrucks are shiny but early from the future if the future is 1979. Hey, I don't live in a fancy place. Like, I don't live in a big city. I saw a Cybertruck driving down the street. And despite the fact that I don't want a Cybertruck or a Tesla, really, I was like, ooh, Cybertruck. Because I know they've only sold, I thought they were recalled for one thing. And they've only sold like, what, 4,500 of them? Or only delivered 4,500 of them? So seeing a Cybertruck out on the road is rare enough. One of my kids went down to LA and said they saw more than one. Like numerous ones. And seeing a Cybertruck is pretty rare. And I say, we don't live in the city, so we don't live any place fancy. Do you know how many G-Wagons there are around here? Oh my God. There are ladies that take their kids to drop them off at middle school in their G-Wagon. Now I know in Europe, G-Wagons are probably a dime a dozen, but over here, they cost as much as my house. So people are driving their house to school. Makes me uncomfortable. 1 million Teslas, but no Cybertrucks. Yeah, I mean, I know that there are two camps. I mean, I get it. I'm an owner of Apple products. You're watching this via a Mac Mini, and there's an iPhone right behind it. So I understand about proprietary crap, and I understand about people who develop likes one way or the other. If Apple suddenly one day started making products that didn't do the things that I wanted them to do, I'm not such a blind brand loyalist that I wouldn't be like, well, I'm going to still keep buying them, even though their stuff is crap now. That's not how I would operate. But Macs get the job done for me, and have been getting the job done for me for years. And so I have some understanding of the Tesla people. That's where this is going. I know a lot of people bought Cybertrucks because they love all things Tesla. But for me, that's the part that I don't understand. Like, I know too many guys that have been or are detailers. And you go to those detailer guys and you go, what's the worst paint on the market right now? And to a man, they're like, Tesla. They're like, the bodies don't fit together right. Nothing looks right. Nothing works right. They're like, but people won't stop buying Teslas. They love them. So they just accept it. They're just like, oh yeah, the trunk doesn't close right. And it makes weird noises when it rains. And none of the body panels line up. And the paint is flaking off of it. But I love it. I love my Tesla. I just watched the one. There was an Instagram. Too Geek to Be Chic says, I love the videos of people breaking their fingers closing the trunks to see if it will stop, and it doesn't. Yeah, there was a dude that did the thing where he put a carrot, and it snapped that carrot. Just snap. Whack. like you hit it with a hammer. And yet he was so committed to the bit, he still put his finger in that trunk. And it didn't break his finger off or anything, but it did leave a basically that. It left like that on his finger. And you're like, is that okay? Oh, I know where Jordan Kennedy's going to go. In the 90s, when Honda was forced, I have to assume forced, it might have been an economic reason, but they were forced to stop using good paint and had to go to all the water-based type paints. Clear coat cancer, which is what we call it here, because this is the desert, so just heat will beat down on the roof of your car. And also cars had started to go in a single coat, where it's not clear over color, it's clear and color mixed together. I saw a Nissan on the road yesterday, day before yesterday, that was maybe a 2022 Nissan, and there was like no paint on the roof. Like it was bare metal on the roof. And I was like, this is what we've come to? Back when I was doing termite stuff, we went to a guy's house where a guy had I want to say it was a 1948 Cadillac. Factory paint. The old, what was it called? He'd gotten the fender, like the skirts that go over the rear tires. He found them in like a barn in Arizona and had to have them repaint nitrocellulose lacquer. So he had to have them paint matched, and he spent like $6,000 getting 2 fender skirts repainted in the original nitrocellulose lacquer from Cadillac. Didn't have it paint matched. It was the original paint code from Cadillac. Got it repainted and had to have it repainted out of state because apparently no one can shoot that paint inside the state of California, which I completely believe. Oh, wait. Mr. Carrot Finger. Macs are like professional partners doing what you do. PCs are like newbies always asking questions even you don't understand. It's accurate. I am not here's where I stand on that. I've been iPhone guy since I had a Samsung Galaxy 1, and I hated it. Oh my God. That was early in the days of Android phones, and that phone was an absolute nightmare. I had to restart that phone, I no exaggeration, at least once a day. Minimum of 1 time per day. It would just stop doing all the things. If you were to ask me when is the last time I restarted my Pro Max that's right over here, I have no idea. I have no idea. My Mac in the house, my studio that I do editing on, I am horribly... I restart this thing once a week, like clockwork. Right before I start doing this, I restart the Mini. Otherwise, it's just out here asleep, and I use it to check Instagram and emails and all that stuff, and I do this. My computer in the house does everything. It's our Plex server. I do all the video editing. I spend all my time watching YouTube and all that stuff. And I'll look up, and it'll be like hours since last restart, 259. And I'm like, wait, there's 168 hours in a week. I haven't restarted this computer in like 12 days. There have been times where I've gone over a month without restarting the computer. And in the span of a month, I edit 30 videos. That poor computer really does the work. Lacquer takes like 900 coats. Well, also, this is California where you can't buy any kind of paint thinner or lacquer thinner or denatured alcohol or mineral spirits or you name it. We can't have it. We can have the green eco versions that don't do anything. But you can buy all the acetone you want, which is the thing I don't understand because they claim to have banned all the things with high VOCs. And if you filled a coffee mug with acetone and left it out, it would be empty in 2 hours. So I don't know. 900 coats and 4,000 sanding discs. I don't think I even put any of those on backwards. I think those are all on forwards. Yeah, I am going to have to luckily I have a quick detailer over here. I got some synthetic quick detailer because I'm getting these gross. They're starting to have that oily feel. Yeah, Nevada, wink wink, trip to Nevada. Yeah, it won't be long now before we're gonna have to drive to Arizona to buy lawn equipment. Oh, we definitely don't get any of the fun stuff. I had to, or like, I keep this little fuel bottle right here. This little fuel bottle I've been using for years, and it's filled with denatured alcohol. And usually it's like 99% denatured alcohol. This is 100%. I had to order medical grade denatured alcohol, which is 100% ethanol, from Washington. And because Amazon be Amazonin, they didn't even ask any questions. They just shipped it to me. They were like, oh, you want a gallon of denatured alcohol? Here you go. And a gallon will last me a good long while. Yeah, I was trying to find every California allowed legal cleaning agent. Denatured alcohol is just great. For what I do, I want something that's not super caustic. I just want something to clean a surface so I can put a sticker on it. Leaf spring bushings. There's a lot of 3x16s. I do appreciate the 3x16 action. So bushings, 16s, and okay. Trash can going to fill up today. Lacquer, sniff, wink, fun. The one, okay, if you like, and who doesn't? If you like a VOC, a volatile organic compound, and who doesn't? Who doesn't? I don't know if you, well, you probably can't still buy it in California. It's made by a company called Deft, D-E-F-T. Comes in a white can with like a blue band on it. It's called Deftane. You get it in a gallon. You get yourself a gallon of Deftane, and you acetone crazes too many plastics. You get some Deftane, and you finish a beam. I was finishing a beam in my local bike shop, a big exposed, like 8x60. It might have been an 8x24 glulam beam, and they wanted it exposed. And I was like, let's put like a natural, like a soft finish on it, like a pine finish, and I'll just Deftane it. Deftane is so high in VOCs that the fumes, I'm on the top of like a 12-foot ladder, and I'm putting this stuff on, right? Oh, Sharpie Pros are also, I'm putting this stuff on. All the fumes are sinking down to ground level where the people are. And the guy that's working behind the counter was like, can I ask you a question? What are you doing up there? And I was like, oh, I'm putting Deftane on this. And he goes, because down here, it's turning into a party. And everybody was getting super lightheaded working down in the pool of Deftane. And I couldn't smell it at all because those fumes were way heavier than air and they were just sinking down to the bottom and messing everybody up. I loved it. I had a great time. Wrong side. There we go. Shackle goes like... Shackle points towards the back.
Do you need to put that rear thing on that he bought before you?
No, I don't even know where it goes. I don't even know how it works. Let me get the thing put together, dude. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. We need the, man, if you don't have an awl, I don't think you're building a Gmade sawback. The awl is required. Ooh, liquid paper. I haven't used Deft since middle school shop class. They used it. When I first got into woodworking in the 90s, you could still buy Deft in a spray can. And that stuff would get you going. Did I do that wrong? You know I did. You know I did. Oh, I only did one of them wrong. Woo! Okay. Wait. No, I did a bunch of them wrong. Having a good time, having a good time. It's not you. Did I draw blood? No, not yet. Not yet. It is a coffee drink Friday, though. 100%. 100% coffee drink Friday. Because I have installed all but a few. I think it might be half, it might be 3/4 of the shackle hangers backwards. So I have to take the shackle hangers off and then put them on the correct direction. I'll claim distraction. I know that wasn't it, but I'll claim it. Stahlwheel. I'll claim that I was distracted. Ooh, Tester's cement, man. Tester's cement. I think it's number 16 by okay. This isn't number 16, but okay, weld on. So Sigrit weld on. This is 4707. This is what I use on ABS. It's still mostly liquid, and if it starts to get over thick, you just put acetone in it and you bring it back to life, which is great because this stuff is like $20 a can. But they make one called the number 16 from Weld On, which is for acrylic. It is the very much current day version of Tester's model cement. That stuff is capital G gnarly. When you open the tube, that tube is good for the job you're working on. Because if you put that tube away and come back to that tube, it will be completely empty. Gone. Nothing left in it. No residue, no anything. It's kind of amazing. Oh, this is a struggle. The struggle bus is going right here because I'm having to undo that which I have already done. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I put this little rounded guy, I put him on aiming in, and they don't work. They only work this way. So we'll have to undo. Starbucks just raised their prices again. I'm not surprised at all. Oh, speaking of RC Tire Prep, is the bottle over here or did I move it? Those who remember. I bought the bottle of the stuff, the rubber conditioner. Oh my God. The rubber conditioner is a trip. It will use that. When they say used in a well-ventilated area, they don't mean that. They mean use this outside or else. That screw feels too long right there. Is that supposed to be a 12? I think that was supposed to be a 12 and I put a 16 in it. Where are you? Yeah, that was supposed to be a 12 and I put a 16 in it. Okay. Well, you know what? We're here. Let's pop that out. We need plenty of 16s. Put a 12 in it. I don't mind doing things a bunch of times. I built 8 shocks in one sitting. Okay, just drop that set screw. There we go. Oh, thank you, Mr. NorCal. Today, we spend. Today we spend. My dad was a chemical engineer, and we had a cabinet in the garage. He kept stuff that probably qualified as an EPA Superfund site. Yeah. Some of the woodworking stuff of days gone by, man, that was the great stuff. That was the good stuff. We can't have any of that stuff anymore. They took all the good stuff away. Hey, there's that nut I lost. Yeah, this definitely needs chrome wheels on it. Just chrome. All chrome all the time. Yeah, so definitely hangers. Should have gone all stainless on the hardware. MEK, methyl ethyl ketone. Can't get that in here anymore. Ain't no MEK. There's this 1 quart metal quart can that is like, they literally call it something like universal solvent. And it's like replaces MEK and this and that and this. It doesn't replace any of them. It's what they gave us as a replacement for them, but it definitely doesn't do the things that any of those solvents did. And all I can figure is that, yeah, it's government overreach. Thank you, Seavart. Thank you. I hope the mic is not noise canceling enough to block out all of the stuff that I drop on the ground. Oh, speaking of, someone just said when I was growing up, we still used a hand pump atomizer for weed spray. Have I told the story about the roaches? Oh, thank you, Mr. Redneck RC. You know what? I'm going to get a large today, and I'm going to drink the whole thing, and it's going to make me jittery, and it's going to make my heart hurt, but I'm going to do it anyway. If I haven't told you the roach story, I will tell you the roach story. So, when I was doing termite, we had the truck, the spray truck, and on the spray truck, we had that locking cabinet on the side of the truck with the little handle that you unlock and then you turn and then it opens. So inside that cabinet were all the things. Were the spray cans and the juices. And it's where all the poisons lived. And we had a poison that was for roaches. And it came in a can, about just a regular aerosol style can, kind of about the size of like a carb cleaner can, or like a Rust-Oleum tall boy. So like a 14-ounce aerosol can. Only it wasn't aerosol. It sprayed in like a pinpoint jet, and it sprayed about 10 feet. And the can was all white, and it just had like a name and then the stamp where it was like complying to some sort of government thing. And that was it. That was all that was on the can. And we were working on one of the houses that we called a roach house. A house fairly local to where I live now, probably about 20 minutes away. And the house had been foreclosed upon. People tend to do nasty, ugly, mean things to houses when they're foreclosed. So they'd stolen a bunch of the copper and cut the pipes and done a whole bunch of ugly stuff to the house. And then left it. And we go to the house, and we were there for the reason of repairing some of the damage that they had done and fixing rot under the sink. Rot under the sink is what we did a lot. We did a lot of rot under the sink. Yeah, kind of like a wasp killer can. So we go in there, and under the sink is rotten because the rats had chewed through the wall and floor, and they built a rat nest between the bottom of the so this is the bottom of the cabinet, and this is the floor. They had chewed up through the floor and built a nest in this area. And the newer houses around here use shark bite flexible pipe for the piping. So they'd eaten some of the piping, so the leaking had occurred inside the wall and under the counter. So we went in there. We call it a roach house because we were there to fix rat damage. But wherever the roaches were, like here's how the roaches work in a roach house. You have a clipboard because you need to make a checklist of things. If you set your clipboard down and then pick it up like this, it's got a roach on it. Anything you set down on the ground and pick up, it's got a roach on it. And doesn't matter. If you lift up the toilet seat, roaches under there. Open a cabinet, roaches on there. If you lean your hand on a wall, there's roaches there now. It was more roaches than I'd ever seen in my life to that point, only to be beaten later by another roach house. But this roach house was chock full of dem-dare roaches. We have to go and see what's wrong with the water. We didn't know that they'd cut a pipe in the garage. So we go out and we go to turn on the water at the street. So my partner reaches down and picks up the little molded resin cover that goes in and covers where the water meter is. And he picks it up, and without even thinking it, you know how when you were a kid and you only had one book, so you didn't want to carry a backpack, you just cupped it under your hand and held it against your leg. He picked up the cover just like that. And I looked at him and I pointed at him and I said, "You've got roaches on you." And he looked down, and the entire inside of that cover was pretty much covered in roaches, and they were streaming out from under the cover, very horror movie style. And at that point, I had already developed a complete desensitivity to virtually any insect that exists under the sun. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't know how many times I got bit by black widows. You find a spider on your head. You know, if you deal with it long enough, it's like the guys that pump out septic tanks don't even notice it anymore. It's that kind of thing. So he was not to that level. He had a thing about bugs, which is why you work in a pest control place, right? So he threw the lid. He kind of went, whee, and threw the lid through the air, and roaches flew off of it. And he ran to the truck, and he pulled that aerosol can out. And I go, what's that stuff? And he goes, oh, this is the roach stuff. And I go, what does that mean? And he goes, watch. And he took the roach stuff, and he fogged the inside of that opening in the ground below which rested the water meter. And then the roaches that were running out into the driveway and stuff, he would just go, psh, 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 and just pop each one with a little burst of it. And the roaches would just keep running around like nothing had happened. And I go, so what's the deal with the roach stuff? And he goes, just wait. We wait about 15 minutes. We're cutting stuff up with a Sawzall inside to get into the wall where they'd cut the copper piping. And walk back out to go to the truck to get something out of the truck. And there was a roach in the middle of the driveway. And it was just walking in a circle, a little tight circle about this big. Just walking in a circle. And that roach would just continue walking in that circle until he died. Because whatever was in that can did some sort of neurological damage to cockroaches. Basically just made them stop being cockroaches. Like they didn't know they were alive or dead, kind of zombified the cockroaches. And I was like, we can't get that stuff anymore, can we? And he goes, no, of course not. We can't get that stuff anymore. Like they would just run around and then they would just turn into zombies. I remember a cockroach sitting on the edge of a counter and it had its arms like this and it just never moved. We were there for hours and it just sat there right on the edge like this. I thought it was dead. And I went over and I poked it and it kind of tipped over and then it got up and it moved and then it went. Like I think he thought he was running. Like he was just running for eternity. And I was like, that's awesome. That's super awesome. And most of the ones that were in the well for the meter, they're just standing there. Like have you ever seen a roach just stand there? Like that's not what they do. Like they're always moving. And if they're not moving, their little antennae are all. Those roaches were just standing there. Like 20 roaches. Oh, and also, did I leave out the detail that a bunch of them were like full-blown albino cockroaches, completely bone white? Those worried me a little. I've never, like cockroaches are that doo-doo brown color. No, these were just white, but completely bone white. I don't like that. I don't like that at all because that seems like some sort of evil engineering went on. Body post S shock stay. Ooh, shock stay. Ramblin' and amblin'. I feel weight in here, so I don't know if I need those yet. Hallucinating cockroaches. Yeah, those cockroaches thought they were doing stuff. But they were just standing there. I've seen in the past live streams or like previous live streams that have occurred where people will build an entire vehicle in the span of a live stream. And I mean, I guess to a degree I've kind of done that before, but I don't know. What's the point of rushing? Like we build at our leisure. It's done when it's done. And also, you know, I do absolutely zero prep. I don't even cut the box open. I was gonna say I don't even cut the bags open, but I don't even cut the box open. Gonna have to go soon. It's 12:30 over there. I figure I've got another. I got another 30 minutes. Well, we got another 30 minutes in us. I would love to at least, I think after the towers and the body mounts, yeah, we're about 4 steps away from attaching the axles and the center chassis to that thing. If we can get to slider, how much will you longer be? About half an hour. Palmetto bugs. Nope. I've seen too much stuff about Florida and those areas of the South where like cockroaches fly. No. Nuh-uh. Nope. We actually have, this is the desert, so cockroaches, not so much. I think it's in a video that hasn't been posted yet, but I'm gonna go there anyway. The gentleman in the South will undoubtedly know what earwigs are. I don't know if he'll call them that, but earwigs. Good night, Mr. Spain. Sometimes pincher bugs. Do they have those everywhere else? I don't assume they're unique to like California or anything, but like, are earwigs an issue where you're at? And also, do you call them earwigs? Look, the windshield is a separate little piece of Lexan, little doodle there. Paint everything chrome.
Chrome Molly.
All chrome. Chrome all the way down. Round head screw. Body post S. Body post S in the rear. This is not clear to me. Okay. I don't know if it's the amount of time that I've been at this, but I had to look at that picture for about a solid 15-20 seconds before I could figure out what they were actually asking me to do. It was not registering in me at all. This is another one where they put the lock nut little embedment in there, but then the lock nut goes on the other side. Oh, that's that other I gotta cut the other big bag open now, because there's a bunch of flanged lock nuts in there. We have earwigs, but to be honest, you don't see them nowhere near as much as you did when we were kids. I have definitely spoken about the rainy, mild winter. More earwigs than I've ever seen in my entire life. They are everywhere. All the time. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. You turn on a hose nozzle and a bunch of earwigs spew out. We need 6s and 8s. 6s for the shocky towers. And the shocky towers, well, the front... Okay. I'm losing my mind. 8s with flange nuts. 6s with flange nuts. I'm going to get the axles on here. I'm going to do it. That's my promise to myself. If I could find my Weehaw wrench, if I could find my nut driver, which I think... Aha! I found my nut driver. Can't remember the last time I saw... Mole crickets. What the hell's a mole cricket? Mole cricket. Flying roaches. No. No. Just no. That's the contract we have with cockroaches, is that they can't fly. This place would devolve into potato bugs. When I took the bane of my existence, the old metal shed down, when I took the metal shed down, there was a potato bug, a.k.a. a Jerusalem cricket, under there, and he was just hanging out. And I had not seen a potato bug in a long time. A long, long time. I was like, oh my God. I remember catching him as a kid. Catching him in the wash. I had not seen one in a long time. And I was like, you do you, big old creepy bug. And he kept coming at me, man. I don't want to sound like the officer in the shooting, but I was like, he kept coming at me. And I was like, you stay over there, and I'll stay over here, and everything will be fine. And every time I would turn around, that cricket was a little bit closer to me. So I may or may not have accidentally dropped a cinder block on him. Like I told him, we had a verbal contract where he stayed on his side and I stayed on mine. And he just kept getting closer. And I was not going to have us meet in the middle. So I had to move 40 cinder blocks, and I may have accidentally... Breeze blocks, I may have accidentally dropped one on him. Yeah, cicadas are the thing I'm glad we don't have, I guess, because I never hear anybody talk about, oh yes, cicadas. Isn't it lovely when the cicadas show up? Everybody's like, oh God, no, the cicadas. I've heard the sound. My wife watches Hometown from Laurel, Mississippi. I've heard the cicadas. Long in the front, short in the back. Long in the front, short in the back. Just like a mullet. Wait, that's a reverse mullet. Inverted mullet. If I can just maintain like a 7 to 10% focus. Supposed to be a huge hatch this year. Ugh. All we have loud around here is birds. Yes and yes.
Aren't there like 2 different cicada populations coming out right now?
Look, dude, I don't know nothing about cicadas. We don't get those here. We have earwigs. And ants. All the ants. Yeah, we do. Not in this yard, but we definitely have fire ants. I've had to kill fire ants. Most people have never even seen a fire ant. They don't even know. Oh, go to Palm Springs, you'll hear thousands of cicadas. They have cicadas in Palm Springs? I'll be darned. That's right around the corner. I did not know that. Good old Dale Gribble. Tell you what about them cicadas, man. No, I don't miss. If anybody's keeping a running tally, if you were doing a take a shot every time I drop something. Vanquish Method wheels are $140 a set. That's why I don't own any. You can get 4 sets of Amazon 105s for that, maybe more. I can't imagine, like, I don't know. For one, I don't know how you people survive the humidity. And then, like, the cicadas, they don't sound like a good time. Then you'll get hurricanes. Oh, we get praying mantis. We get lots of those. When you have as many bugs as we do, you're going to get predators. You're going to get predatory insects. I did not get a crop of dragonflies this year out of the pond, though. Maybe the pH wasn't right. Maybe the winter got too cold or not cold enough. We had a lot more blue dragonflies last year. There's one rail ready to have its middle pieces put on. And once you do the first side, second side's pretty easy. The thing that I can't stop thinking about as this whole thing proceeds on is that a gentleman bought a Zool and doesn't think the electronics are bad. I'm worried. Like, son, I am concerned. Box elder bugs. What the hell is a box elder? Florida in July has hard shell spiders, white, yellow, and red, the size of tea saucers. No, thank you. Florida can keep all that. Fire ants, cicadas, mosquitoes, mountain lions, and hurricanes. Welcome to Georgia.
Yeah, welcome to California. We get all those too.
Well, I mean, we did technically get a hurricane. So we can claim that here in California we got a hurricane. It didn't rain on us or anything. It kind of missed us. It got stuck on the other side of the mountains. But it flooded out a bunch of places, like you might have seen on the news where San Diego was like underwater. They got Dubai'd a little bit. There is so much hardware going to be left over. Have you had any of those purple insect things this year? Oh, the snow fleas. I saw them in a puddle after the rain just like once. Just like once. But not nearly as many as in the rain. It must be that where the rain is coming from needs to be colder. I'm not sure. But yeah, in the recent rains, nothing. YouTube influencers aside, I'm appalled by the number of people who think the RTR are good prices and parts are decent. What it is it's conditioning. We're getting conditioned as, like, I had to buy body posts for building the twins, so I just decided to get 2 bags of Vanquish body posts, and it was, I think A-Main's price was like, I think it was $9 a bag, so I spent $18 on body mounts, and I was like, you know what? That's not bad. I've been just conditioned. I've just gotten used to it. But, I mean, it's not great. Jordan Kennedy is hanging out. Yeah, now I know I usually stop around 3. Everybody goes to bed. Or off to do something else. Something other. They're going to do other. I got 17 minutes. The frog and water effect. Yep, keep raising that temperature. Frog doesn't even know he's dying. Oh, I feel it, though. It's just, what are my options? I have interiors. I have a number of interiors that are going into rigs coming up. And wouldn't it be nice to have steering wheels in them? And Biddy Design sells a steering wheel. $9 for a little scale steering wheel, significantly smaller than that steering wheel. And I was like this, harumph. I'm not paying $9 for a steering wheel. You can't even find a steering wheel on Amazon that's under $9. Is this what we've come to? I searched for crawler steering wheel on Amazon. $50 gets you an actual steering wheel for a car. But the highest one I saw was $18 for a little plastic scale steering wheel. I'm appalled. I'm aghast and agog. $20 to have to have 60 cents worth of molded plastic shipped to you in a box. Absolutely correct. That horror episode with the steering wheel is more than anything making me want to get that 3D printer out of the box, because I bet I can 3D print a tiny little steering wheel. My other choice is to turn the hoops on the lathe and figure out how to make the steering wheel centers and then make some really overwrought, custom, bespoke steering wheels. Yeah. I have to get the 3D printer going. I have far less excuses. Because I do need, that I can, off the top of my head, I think 4 steering wheels. And if you're going to spend $20 on a scale steering wheel, you might as well get one of those that has a little motor on it that hooks up to a servo, and the wheel actually turns. Might as well do something out of it. Did you check out the MK07? Is that the Rarlo? Is that Mark 7 the Rarlo? I don't know how to say it right. I'm not even going to try. Sidestep bracket. Why did you have to interfere with me, sidestep bracket? I was clipping right along. I was getting ready to bolt that chassis in. And now you jumped up and you're going to eat up a minute of my time. Yeah, 1/7 scale. Yeah. No matter how stupid this hobby is, I can't seem to stop loving it. Every hobby's stupid. Or so my wife would say. Okay. Now these, it seems like I have to pay attention to. The first one goes in the oval hole. The second one, okay, we're going to have to go manual here. At this point, I'm afraid to miss any steps. Is that right? Yeah. He says, with a confidence born of nothing. What's the material cost for 3D printers? In my limited experience, the spools of material are pretty cheap. Unless you're getting into like really exotic materials. I think on Amazon, typically a roll of like PETG or PLA Plus or something that will be like $20. I have rolls over here from when I was tinkering with 3D printing with the Snapmaker. Yeah, that's gone. Before I decided that I would rather try out the laser, and then I love the laser, so I haven't gone back to 3D printing. Yeah, moving steering wheels on truck. I think they do it with a winch to get the continuous spin. There's that guy that's got a Willys, and the Javier Bardem driver figure just does the constant spin on the steering wheel. It looks really cool. And I want to try that. But we're getting ahead of ourselves again. I work on what my whims gravitate me towards. Okay, now that side I think is done. And then they're gonna let me bolt pieces in. Yes! Yes, we're one step away from a slider. I'm gonna get to a slider because too many people are hacking at me in the comments because apparently I don't work fast enough. Well, guess what? We don't work fast around here. We do what we do. Long in the front, short in the back. Reverse mullet. Okay, I can't drop too many more of these. $4.99. RC Family was not impressed by the Rarlo. Servos are N50 motors. I should be writing this stuff down because I won't remember anything that happened. I need another whiteboard. We're gonna have to institute whiteboard number 4 so I can write down things from the live stream to remember to look up later. I need to look up, what were they, mole crickets? I'm gonna look that up. I have to look up the Rarlo, or whatever it is, 07. Just to satisfy my own curiosity, because Rarlo doesn't exist here. And I mean, we'll go to a certain point where, like, the coverage for Gmade here is pretty small. But you can get parts. And in a pinch, you can order parts directly from Gmade, and the shipping is not prohibitive. So if something breaks in a Gmade, you can take care of it. You can't take care of it as fast as something that you can get parts for on AMain or Amazon, but you still have resources. Things like Rarlo, I don't even know. Like, where do you go? What do you do? Front battery mount, rear battery mount. Oh, this thing wants the battery in the back. And with how this body sits, we might be able to get battery on servo and axle. We'll see. We'll find out. We'll make whatever modification. I know that the receiver box on this thing goes all the way in the front. And the battery tray pieces, these little guys, are stick pack apart. 3x8 with flange heads. 3x8 with flange heads. Wait, that ain't right. Oh, that is though. Oof. This is gonna slide. What's a Rarlo? That's what I said. That's my line. So I don't know what the options are going to be for different battery placements and what have you. Did I just put it on the front? Did you? Oh my God. Hold on. I got the body mounts reversed on one side. I thought the back was the front and the front was the back. I bet I can fix it in under a minute. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have everything else backwards. It's fine. We just building. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. I'm still laughing at what's a Rarlo. You can put the battery on the little ledge on the back of the receiver box. You have to leave the LS engine cover off of it. Okay. Leftover hardware is terrifying in most cases. Not in mine. For a lot of folk, yeah, but for me, not as much. You can see over there by the tires just a smattering of what has been unused because I'm not using any of that Phillips head stuff. So the amount of leftover hardware when we're done with this is going to be significant. I didn't hit 4 hours yet, did I? No. 3:55. Oh, man, 7 minutes? There's no way I can get these things on here in 7 minutes. I'm going to keep going, though. This thing is going to slide. It's going to slide. The commitment is to slide. Did I get it corrected? Yes. I'm going to put these braces in anyway. Because reasons. Good thing I have a lot of 3x8s. This thing didn't actually use nearly as many as 3x10s as I thought it was going to. I just want to make it slide. Well, we could do a fake roll in which I grab a set of tires that are already mounted. Like, nope, those are unmounted. I don't think I have a set of class 1s on wheels that aren't on a vehicle. So we're going to slide. 3x8 captive lock nut, 3x8 captive lock nut. The receiver box guy right there. Is that captive lock nut? Captive lock nut. This is a lot of lock nuts. This is so many lock nuts. Now, were I better prepared, never going to happen, I would do stuff like this in advance so that I had, like, you know, put all these nuts in. So I'm not trying to cram a nut into these little things and doubly trying not to put them in backwards. This is the stuff that my fingers are like, I hate you so much. I don't hate the object for being what it is. My body hates me for doing it. That didn't go in all the way. Oh, no. Nope. Nope. Against the bench. I almost just stabbed myself with a hex wrench. That would have been fun. Another lock nut. I'm not going to be able to vacuum. I'm going to have to sweep because the amount of hardware on the ground. Oh, of course, that one just dropped right in. Now we have to try to get the 2 more in. And then the 4 in the gearbox. Oh my God. You have no idea that after this long, trying to get these screws to drop down in... Oh, there we go. I feel like I'm doing a puzzle at this point. It stopped being a kit, and it started being a puzzle. Oh, there we go. Got it. I shouldn't have put all 4 in. That was a mistake. Wait a minute. Where do these go? Oh, way back there? Wow. 8s? It's all 8s. It's 8s all the way down. Okay. Don't invert that or those lock nuts will fall out and you will lose your mind. Okay. And then, oh, I got to put 4 more lock nuts in the gearbox. We can mount Mount the gearbox. Why do these go in so easy? It's just that receiver box was... Yeah, look at these. Oh, magnet. Magnet. It's going to keep pulling it out of the well, isn't it? If anyone needs a cheap way to soften your tires, use Listerine. Huh. Interesting. I've been trying to motivate myself to buy oil of wintergreen to actually do the softening. But, do I have those in the wrong holes? You know you do. You know you do. I had the rails backwards. I had the rails backwards. I thought the front was the back and the back was the front. I am going to, you know what? It is not hard to get a bottle of Listerine. I mean, worst case scenario, it's a weekly dump. But yeah, I will 100% try Listerine on tires. Yeah, I think Listerine is mostly alcohol. Wait, are these in the right holes? Okay, these are in the right holes. So one rail I had basically assembled backwards because I thought the front was the back and the back was the front. There we go. Now we're good. We're good now. Okay. So I need this rail, and the drive shafts are on this side. We go right like that. I told you. Look, nobody believed me. I told you it would look like a thing. It's looking like a thing. That tip is very new. The worst part about this is, and let me tell you what the worst part is, everybody. I've been very cavalier with dropping fasteners. Not just dropping them, but mixing them. So mixed in with this pile, this absolute stack of Phillips head fasteners are lock nuts and other fasteners that I want to keep. So at some point, I'm going to get to go through that. It's going to be it's going to be fun on a bun. This is real stuff. Real stuff is happening now. Just get a pile of 3x8s. The chrome is coming. It's coming. I mean, if Listerine, I won't just try Listerine. I want it to work. If you had $20 for every time I dropped something on the floor, just from this stream, you would have a couple $100. I am dropping it like algebra class. I'm starting to run out of these flanged ones, which is making me wonder if I'm going to pay, as flanged nuts are ones that I've dropped a couple times. But I think I need one. Okay, there's one more. That's enough. I'll make it. We'll make it to the end. This is a chassis. We've got a chassis. Bushing and Phillips head, I just can't. Yeah, this is going back in time. That's it. That's a Yeep. We building Yeep. Does it look right? Does it look right-ish? Step 26. 3x16s. Oh, a bunch more of those. I had wondered what we were doing with the rest of these plastic tubes. So anyone horrified by bushings, turn your eyes away. And I'm missing one. Nope, I'm not. There's two. It was touch and go for a minute, but we're still in it. I'm getting axles under this thing. That was my commitment. I didn't say anything foolish to myself like, we're going to finish this today. And why I said that is, for the twins, I must have worked to get them to where they are right now, just out of frame. It was like 8 or 9 hours to get them to where they are. So I knew the chances of this finishing were extremely low. But the distance that we've gotten to, I honestly feel pretty good about. I'm okay with this. Front axle goes in the front. So these little guys go in there. Ooh, they hold nice. We finally found a Gmade thing that when it goes in here, it fits tight. Oh yeah, I forgot about floppy servo. Floppy servo is future me's problem. Okay, these aren't tight. The backs are super tight. The fronts just fall out. Okay. So we are going to bolt the rears in first. Let's just set the servo in place. And then in an attempt to save our sanity, we will just throw a screw through it so that it can't fall apart. There we go. Is that body pre-painted? Oh, no, not at all. Very clear. Add it to the list of bodies that need to be painted. The beauty is, and I'm hoping that the owner agrees with us as a group, as a collective. I'm hoping he's on board for chromey nonsense. Because if he is, that really opens up the number of colors that it would be acceptable to paint it. This is fun. I'm having a good time. By that, I mean I'm losing my mind. Ow! Ow! We're gonna get it. It's gonna slide. We passed the Rubicon. So that one just went right in. We passed the Rubicon so long ago. We've no choice now. It's molded bushings and bent eyelets. You can only expect so much precision. Correct. Fair. Fair point indeed. Ow. I gotta stop trying to hold lock nuts with my fingers. Okay. We're down to the last. I think we might be approaching single-digit fasteners remaining. We're gonna close it out. We're gonna finish it out. I love that this thing has little roller wheels on the bottom of the chassis. It is making me kick myself because of all the giant skids that I've made for things with custom gearboxes. It makes me want to cut into Robo Kitty's belly and put 4 skate bearings on the bottom of her. Good old parts tree bushings. Correct. Okay, and then that goes in there. And then shackle it. And then a 16 in there. And then a lock nut. So many lock nuts. There's a disturbed part of me that wants to kind of go through it and count how many lock nuts are in it. I guess I'd only have to count one side, really. Count a side and double it. Well, some have flange nuts. Shackle. Yeah, it's just that first one that's really fun to get in. This and the Cross RC stream changed my mind about always saying kits are great. I'm going to be a little bit more precise in the future. Yeah. Don't get it twisted. Okay. In one of the upcoming, we're going to do this. Okay. There's a handful of you left. There's enough. And I know that there's one guy that will have a preference, but I pose the question to you. I pose this to you right now as we're about to get the back axle on. All of y'all, ooh, nice. All of y'all out there in the land of the internet, let me know right about now, should I, this is where your input is required, should I get this thing to where we're going to get it today, which is where we're going to put like 6 more fasteners on, should I then park it in a work bay until next week? Yeah, of course it fell out. And now it's not lined up. So what we're going to do is we're just going to detach it. Should I get this thing to sliding, put it in a bay, and do a different thing next week? And that thing would be... Let me, I get up. No need to unbox. So next week, would you like to see how the other half lives? And we can, we'll throw that together next week. Or park this in a bay and finish the build of this next week. So, which tickles your fancy more? Or, alternately, do you think I should just put it up? Should I put it on the community board? Put a poll up and see what next week's live stream finishing this, or is next week's live stream building that? Because if you really want to get a really vivid cross comparison going, you look at the difference of building something like this and the difference of building that. Vanquish kits go together like Lego. Like, if at worst, when building a Vanquish kit, there might be a step in the instructions that doesn't perfectly line up with reality. Like, they have a step slightly misdone. But other than that, they just go together. In the style of OCD, finish the build. Sawback. Are there any flat rail chassis like the Rock Pirate for the 10.3? Yeah, I think there's multiples for the 10.3. Oh, somebody said VRD. Somebody said finish the Sawback. Finish the Gmade. Isn't there still a VRD waiting to be finished? All it needs is paint. Oh, no. Stinky J's, no, today, as soon as I click that camera, as soon as I click end broadcast, brother, I'm out. I am out. We are done for the day. I can't even get this one into this leaf spring holder is so tight. Okay, let's try a different one. See if the injection molding is a little more forgiving on this one. Just barely got that one in. I also have some options parts to install on this, which will I was going to say probably, but will undoubtedly be next time around. We've got to take apart the front axle again because I forgot to put the brass axle tube in, but that's actually going to be pretty easy. That's like 8 screws. I'm not too torn up about that. I have a rear anti-wrap bar to install, which I am going to have to consult the internet for that one because I don't even know how that installs or where it goes. So I'll get to that when I get to that. But other than that, I feel like we've been doing We've been doing really quite okay, strongly okay. Just work on it in all your spare time. Yeah. Do the Gmade so it's out of the way. Yeah. Okay, then. The gentleman owner has first preference, but I will, at the very minimum, make an attempt to remember to put it up on the community board what color we should do this guy. I have no suggestions. Well, other than Spastix Chrome. Just chrome the whole thing. New guy again. Asked you about your best beginning crawler a couple days ago. Set it on a Falcon Phoenix. Being delivered Tuesday. Battery recommendations? Either get... So, you go on Amazon. These are my personal favorites. The Z or Ovonic 2200 3S packs. They're real small. They're little boys like this. You can put them right next to the steering servo. You can put them right there. Because the side skirts, there's not a lot of available territory on a Phoenix. You can also save a little bit of money. You can get, it's almost the exact same form factor, the 1500s. But if the 2200s are in stock, I strongly recommend the 2200s. Ovonics are good. Zs are good. I've tried, I think every brand that peddles a small form 3S battery on Amazon, I think I've tried it. Tattoo, Genzace, you name it. The Ovonic and the Z are the ones I tend to go with the most because other manufacturers have the tendency to make the battery wire come out in a ridiculous position to where it like interferes with things. And the Z and the Ovonics tend to be priced well. The Z premium ones are really nice. They cost a little bit more, but I like the small packs and I like buying a bunch of them because then I can be irresponsible with charging and storing them. And when one gets messed up, I don't care because they're usually about 2 for $30. So $15 a pack. So if I lose a pack, I lose a pack. That might be next. That might be the penultimate fastener because I'm going to put the pin in the rear drive shaft, provided I can find it. I'm going to put the pin in the rear drive shaft. And then we are going to, we're going to call it, as they say, good. There we go. Let's get it lined up. Find the driver. Bish bosh. We have made a thing. It's definitely a thing. This undoubtedly qualifies as a thing. Look at those covers, man. Look at those covers. What do we got? This is gonna flex, man. I don't know. We might be coming around. I'm amazed these bearings haven't fallen out. We might be coming around. Oh, I see why there's an anti-wrap kit. Look at that top leaf. You would think that they would want that smaller leaf under the big leaf, but no. I made sure to triple check. That's the way they want it. Like, how is the small leaf doing anything? I don't get it. How is the smaller leaf not supposed to be under the bigger leaf? But it's clearly not. I mean, you can see right there. The smaller leaf is definitely on top of the bigger leaf. So I don't understand how leaf springs work. Like, that doesn't look like that upper leaf is doing anything. So, like, what? Taking up space, I guess? All right. So, I will put them both up on the... No. I'm going to put the community board for what color should I paint it. If you weren't here experiencing it, I don't know how much the input that the person, those other people should have, except the guy who owns it. But I assume he would want me to finish it. Yeah, wheels and tires and shocks, and then all of the stuff for the body. But we are at Slider. Oh, where's the? Yeah, I see what he's saying about the batteries. Do I have a battery out? No, I just put them all away. Yeah, if I was going to run something in here, I'd probably go with a little boy, like an 850. Yeah, you can definitely. Oh, yeah. Like, the little 853S's, that's no problem. That goes right in there. And with the 850s, yeah, you can fit the battery under the motor. Nice. Nice little bit of Velcro. Good to go. The upper leaf might be acting as a bump stop. That's not how real life leaf springs work. Yeah, I would imagine. Well, they're clipped together in a pack. So if these were clipped together, yeah, it's much firmer. Yeah, some things I have definitely said in the past, and I stand by it now. There are some things that don't translate through scale. Like some things work in 1/10 that don't work in 1/1 because inverse square law, right? Like these don't weigh enough based on their size. They're ultra light. It's something akin to you having a full-size pickup truck and it only weighing like 1,200 pounds is what these would be. Because like when this is done at 10th scale, this thing will weigh like 5.5, 6 pounds. So it should weigh like much more than that. It's not that it should weigh 200 pounds because it's a 10th scale of something that weigh 2,000. I didn't come here to do math, so I refuse to do it. I will put a couple of the tools away. But I have definitely wound down. I've definitely wound down. I feel a sense of accomplishment, if not an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. I felt like I got something done. I brought myself down with the self bring down because I opened the bag and I knew it was there and it's right here. And I've got to take the C-hubs and stuff off of the front to slide these weight tubes into the front axle. Woo! Which, if everything wasn't lock nutted together, it would be fine. Mounting these things. So, if I had looked, rock sliders from Gmade, I wouldn't have had to put these two little chromey guys on. They go where the little chromey guys are, I'm pretty sure. Yes, sir. They go exactly right there. Yeah. So, those don't even need to go on at any time in the immediate future. And then I will consult the internet to find out how the anti-wrap traction bar kit, which is all hex hardware in there. We'll find out how and where that goes. Cut one end off of a couple long secondaries and put them under the rear main leafs in the back facing forward. It'll help with anti-wrap a bit while still letting the back half of the leaf flex easily. Huh. Okay. Yeah, leaf spring guys, you got to let me know because I don't know leaf spring stuff. This makes... How many leaf vehicles do I own? Well, one. How many are here as of now? Because this one got put together, 3. There's 3 here now, so they are grossly outnumbered by non-leaf things. So perhaps, so it looks like the larger consensus is finish this in the next installment, and we can do that, and then perhaps the week after that, or I don't know. Maybe the week after that we'll do the VRD. Maybe I'll start on the VRD before that and I'll just do a series on it. I don't know. We will arrive. We will cross that arrival when we bridge to it. I make no promises other than the promise I've made to myself, which is today is a coffee drink day. Would you recommend this kit? Yeah. You know what? I saw nothing other than the antagonizing of the fingers right here. There was nothing about this where I ever went, This actually went together pretty easily and effectively. Did I overshoot my hoped time by a solid hour? I was hoping for 3.5 to get to right here, and it was pretty much 4.5. You play the cards you're dealt. But yeah, as far as a kit goes, and I'm still considering, honestly, after getting to here, I'm honestly still considering getting one. because this is, oh, that body is, yeah, that's a thick body too. Little guy. It's a little guy. And for anyone out there, this is diving in. This is diving in head first. I'd gotten a question from people about like making their first foray into class 1. And I had said that 4-link is a better way to start going into class 1. Like, what is it? The Sawback LS. I had looked at that one too. Short, 11-inch wheelbase, 4-linked, but definitely small tire stuff. Look at these little fatties. But this, I mean, this would be a great way to start, honestly. When you can find them. I mean, mine was in the, remind me when it gets in stock for, it had to be a year and a half. Yeah, and as a place to start to build a leaf truck, there are not many people doing leaf kits, honestly. Like this was solid. And the frame is chrome. And it looks like the way the tire, it looks like the shocks are just grease. I think they just use grease. Like are these oil filled? Because the shafts are pretty much solid. I didn't look that far ahead. And I'm not going to, because you know what? We're done for the day. We are 100% done for the day. And I thank the great many of you who resisted the call to sleep and are still here now, much to my surprise. We definitely broke the record for the longest streak, 4 hours, 26. We're at 479,000 frames broadcast for the day. And you know what? I think we did okay. I will do some little stuff in between now and when we get to the next one. There won't be as much work on the next one. Oh, they're actual beadlocks. They're plastic beadlocks. So, I will see y'all during the week, and I will see y'all next week for the next stream. I hope that a good time was had by all. I look forward to seeing you again real soon. In between now and when we meet again, please, one and all, do your very best to have a good one, everybody. I'll see you next time here from the Canyon. Another live stream in the books. This little guy, somebody in the comments yelled white. I'm going to put the poll up, but I think white would actually probably look really good on this. Thank you all for being fantastical people. Thank you for joining me here in the Canyon. I look forward to seeing you next week and in all the times in between. I look forward to seeing you in the comments. The Midwest Goodbye is up to about 4 or 5 minutes. The stock Sawback shocks don't provide any damping. They're just unnecessary helper springs. No damping. Oh, fun. Okay. All right. I will see you in the next one. I'm going to click all the buttons and I'm going to shut her down. See you next time, everybody.